You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99, WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off Fournette. He's driving, but he's in for the touchdown. Wow!
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield. And that is Hilton again. 1st and goal. Ebron. What a year for him. Eric Ebron. Touchdown. Goal. Slant. Caught. Touchdown. Marquise Lee. And he punched the ball into the stands. Deep. And he's got it. Keelan Cole. Touchdown, Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Rum and Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pub cup. Really? This is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. What listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
To Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key. And simulcasting on YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. 18-4. 18-4, or as they say, GEAUX. Go Tigers.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man with a cool one in his head. Yeah, the armchair.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Wyatt, I'm rolling. I cannot believe that debacle last night. The junk that was talked on Twitter by Gator fans the night before, the videos that I saw, the LSU fans had to endure, and then they just spit the bit. They didn't show up. They couldn't find the strike zone. But I'm just giving you a hard time, Gator fans. I had to endure some stuff when Florida State got smoked by OU in the finals. Wasn't quite that bad, but I had to listen to a lot of guff. And there you go. So congratulations to LSU, and we will see you on the football field in just a little over 2 months from now. Florida State LSU will start the season off in Orlando on Labor Day weekend on a Sunday night again. That really gets the college football season rolling like it did last year. Last year was an incredible game. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. Braves have won 9 of their last 10. 3-game winning streak. But the fact that the tear that they are on against some really good teams is very impressive. Now 6.5 in front of Miami. They were idle yesterday. Miami starts a little series in Boston, which will be interesting. Go Sox, right? Alcantara's on the hill tonight versus Whitlock. Boston's a slight favorite, but that just tells you that Vegas doesn't really believe in Whitlock much because Alcantara's had kind of a bad season. For them to be a slight favorite at home against the Marlins, I'm going to go ahead and put it out there now because we're going to get into other stuff later. That's my lock of the day. Give me the Red Sox minus 120 on the money line. I think it's a very, very good price. And I think that they'll put some runs up on the board. And I don't think Miami will be able to score with them. And so it being in Fenway Park and Boston playing pretty good baseball, that is my lock of the day. So get that out of the way and away we go. College baseball, its season is over. And now baseball really does have center stage no matter what. Even the college fans who might be novice, casual Major League Baseball fans, they're going to start turning their attention to Major League Baseball. And it works out perfectly because you got the draft coming up for Major League Baseball. And then you've got, obviously, the All-Star game. Make sure to go out and vote for your Braves today. It's free to do that, MLB.com. Meant to put it in the comments yesterday. I'll make sure to do it today. That was a bad job by me. I think we fixed some things on the actual broadcast to find a feed that everybody enjoyed. So the scoreboard, we're having issues. I really like the scoreboard we were using because this aesthetically just looks better. But, man, they would have some delays sometimes. And sometimes they would be, I don't know. One thing, if you're a pitch behind, people can live with it as they're listening to me do the game because they get the idea of what's going on. But sometimes I'd look over there and they'd be half an inning behind. So we scrapped in until they improve theirs. I think we're going to go with the other. So good turnout for Braves Country last night. Hope we get another good turnout tonight. Folks had a lot of fun. I can't always pay attention to everything that's going on in the chat. I try to see it, but it's really hard to keep up with that and doing all the production and doing the play-by-play because I don't want to miss the action because that's obviously the most important part of this. Make sure you bring everybody to the game because a lot of folks who are listening are not watching the game. They either can't see it because of where they're at or they don't have the MLB package or whatever your reasoning is. I know a lot of folks that listen to us their screens, and every once in a while they'll chime in with their own comments. So however you take it, it's good stuff. And tonight I would think this could be another pitching matchup. We'll get into that in a second. I do want to get into what is crack-a-lackin' because my word, I always go, man, I wonder what we're going to talk about today. And then all I have to do is wake up and read, and it's right there. What's crack-a-lackin'? All right, let's start off with this nonsense. It is utter nonsense in New York Jets. Now, they're already in the news anyways because a lot of folks, including, ESPN's beating this to death. You talk about beating a dead horse, they are beating this to death. Every time I look up, they're wanting to know where the where Dalvin Cook's going to go. And, of course, they're trying to point him towards New York because if folks haven't picked up on this, ESPN has become nothing but Los Angeles and New York sports. They don't cover anything else because they don't care about anything else because that's where they sit. There are two studios. One's in New York City. They do have Bristol, Connecticut up there, so if Boston or New England's doing something. But, that area of the country. They don't necessarily have to be playing in New York, but they believe that that's the epicenter because of all the populations up there. And they might have a point. I don't know. And then they've got Los Angeles. So they figure they got both coasts figured out. Meanwhile, those of us in middle America, or as they call us, the flyover states, and some of us down here south of the border, they call us the much worse, right? But anyways, they have just beaten this. Will Dalvin Cook go to the Jets? Look, the short of this is, and I think we've addressed this before, it depends on how much money he's wanting. If he's wanting to go try to win the ring, then going to the Jets makes a very smart move. Go sign a 1-year deal. Maybe they can give you a little whatever and fill in for Breece Hall, who I don't think is going to be ready to roll beginning of the season, especially not full. It would give the Jets an opportunity to let Breece Hall heal all the way and then come in when he's ready to roll. Okay, so we put that to bed. Now there's this thing with the Jets and Hard Knocks. Hard Knocks can force the Jets, the Saints, the Bears, those are the three main ones, to accept the Hard Knocks. And when they do that, it's because they have to meet three criteria. They don't have a new head coach, check. They have not made the playoffs in the last 2 seasons, check. And they haven't been on Hard Knocks within 10 years, check, check, check. All three of those teams meet that criteria. But let's be honest, the New York Jets are the only team that's if you put the Saints or Bears on there this year, I'm not watching. I don't care. It's not interesting to me at all in any shape or form. You put the New York Jets on there, I'm in. Saints, I don't care, man. Unless you told me that there was going to be a real quarterback competition and what might go down between Derek Carr and Jameis Winston, there was going to be a feud. Okay, maybe that would get my eye. Other than that, there's nothing. Jets got old hippy-dippy Aaron Rodgers out there eating peyote or whatever the hell he's doing. And then he's also out there doing the whole, eating the peyote. He says that made him go to the Jets. And then he's trying to show up at every big New York sporting event. I guarantee you he goes to the U.S. Open in the U.S. Open Tennis Championships, which is always in New York. It's always a big deal in New York. So he's going to make an appearance there. It'll be early on. It'll be during the preseason, but he'll definitely make an appearance there. And so they'll be able to follow all that stuff. But here's the thing that's crack-a-lacking in Jets country. All that is taking a backseat to this. This is nonsense. Darrelle Revis calls out Jets legend Joe Klecko. For folks who don't know Joe Klecko was a defensive lineman for the New York Jets in the early to mid-1980s. He's highly revered. Him and Mark Gastineau combined to, this is back when we had great nicknames in sports. The sports writers just don't do their job anymore. They don't come up with these great nicknames. But back then, them along with other guys on the team, they were known as the New York Sack Exchange. How great is that? A play off the New York Stock Exchange. And it was an exciting defense to watch. Back then, I've never been a Jets fan, but I can tell you, I stopped what I was doing as a child to watch Jets football in the 80s heyday of the Jets, because if Mark Gastineau made a sack, He danced around like a maniac. No one's ever had a better sack dance than Mark Gastineau. Nobody. Not even close. Mark Gastineau's sack dance is better than anybody's touchdown dance ever. I'm going to go that far. And he ended up being a real piece of work, and nobody loves him anymore. But at the time, he was a huge, huge celebrity. So he's going into the Hall of Fame. Gerald Reavers is going into the Hall of Fame. He started with the Jets. We all know that he went to Patriots and whatnot. But he's going in as a Jet. And earlier in the year, I guess it was during the Super Bowl week, he just made a comment that he thought it was cool that him and Clucko are coming in. Okay. Clucko responds on a podcast he was on. I guess it was yesterday's podcast. It dropped yesterday, I believe. Anyways, whatever podcast it was, he said, and this is Clucko's quote, that Joe Revis doesn't say a whole lot, but he did say that Joe and I are the best two defensive players to ever play for the Jets, and we're going in together to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. It's cool. It's a pretty good comment. That was Clucko's remarks to what Revis said. All right, everyone it should be kumbaya. Everyone hugs and goes, yeah, let's get ready for the celebration. No, that's not what happened. Instead, here comes Revis. Atting, folks. He comes on Twitter to respond to the podcast, says, I don't speak to people I don't know very well. And I did not speak based on you saying you were jealous of my success at the Super Bowl. My mindset is clearly I'm at the top of that list as the best ever. As a gentleman, I decided to say something cool for the headline. He's talking about the best ever defensive player as a Jet. Well, here come the Twitter mob. The first guy that jumps out, this guy named Chris the Jet or whatever it is. He says, then don't walk back on Twitter. Exactly. And then, of course, Revis comes back with, I'm not walking back. I'm going to clean it up. I'm not walking back anything. You can fill in the blanks for yourself. I said what I said. It's true what I said, but also true that I'm the best defensive player in Jets history. I don't know why this is a conversation. Someone else come back and said, very confused. What is the beef here? Clucko waited 30 years for this. Had nothing but great things to say about you. Why the disrespect? And it just goes on and on and on. And basically, it's a clown move by Revis. And then shortly after, and this is where it all comes from, right? Follow the money. He comes out and says, I've never done a podcast before, but I think I'm going to drop one. I'll give y'all information in the near future. Bam! That's it. He wants a guy who's never been known for his personality, a guy who's never been known to be much of a speaker. Now he wants it on the podcast game, and he thought the best way to get on the game is to trash the Jets legend. That's the best way to get rid of listeners. I'm going to tell you right now, Daryl Revis does a podcast. He's got to call it Jet something, get anyone to listen, because I don't give a crap what he has to say. He was a Jet. I wasn't a Jets fan. Then he went to the Patriots. As a football fan, but not a fan of either one of those teams, don't care. I don't listen to many podcasts, but most podcasts to me are, they're very dated. You know, they'll come out with one a week and they'll make their. Now, if it's a non-sports podcast, I get it, but a sports podcast, man, those are tough. They've got a shelf life of maybe a day, and if you don't get to it, I still think that live sports talk radio is the best. And if I am going to listen to a podcast of a sports show, it's going to be something that was made that day. Maybe I'll listen to it a day after if I didn't hear it in the day. And I'm getting my day going. I've got a few of those, right? But if I miss a podcast, and I listen to several on different teams from time to time, depending on the season, I've got a few. If I don't get to it within that day, I'm out. I'm like, whatever you just said just got dated. In other words, there's a couple of Braves podcasts out there that are fairly popular. But if I don't catch it the day that they do it, because some of them, man, they release them, and by the time you have already downloaded it, everything has changed. Game's already been played, whole 9 yards. There's one that's pretty popular that I think of that I see it all the time. It drops during the Braves game. Like, so you recorded this, it drops during the game. How the hell am I supposed to listen to this? During the Braves game? I don't want to hear your thoughts on what you think might happen when it's unfolding from my eyes. And then by the time the game ends, I'm done. I think NFL, college football, you can get away with it a little more because there's that big break. But anyways, my point is, who gives a crap? Who gives a crap? And this is what Darrelle Revis is doing. He's just trying to get someone to pay attention to him. And it's a dirty way to trash a Jets legend who had nothing but nice things to say. It'd be one thing if he said, well, it's great that he got in, but I should have been a lot before him because I'm just as good. You know, he didn't go there. Anyways, Revis is acting like an 18-year-old. He's not. He's 40 headed into the Hall of Fame. You'd think he'd have a little more. And that's why they normally wait the 5 years, because they want that maturity from anybody who's going to go in the Hall of Fame from any sport. You get that perspective. You get 5 years to kind of think about, you know, what this all means to you. And some of them needs any more. You know, Klecko been on the list for 30 years. It was a Veterans Committee that put him in. All right, so there's that. Speaking of not giving a crap about the Jets, let's move on. Just a couple of college baseball notes. The season ended, but there were a couple of news that came out. Tennessee Volunteers, it looks like they're losing their relief pitcher, Chase Burns, one of their top relief pitchers. He's entering the transfer portal. First rumor is possibly TCU, but he's going to have a lot of suitors. I'm sure the NIL deals will be out. And Mike Apozzi leaves Dallas Baptist to become the pitching coach at Florida State, because Florida State lost a couple of guys. They went and took head coaching jobs. Pitching coach went to Navy. One of their other bench coaches went to took the head coaching job at Central Florida. Only thing I can say about that is you hired someone from that staff from Florida State baseball this year. They were god-awful. What about them this year goes, I got to get me some of that. Let's go out there and not make the playoffs and get our guts stomped in every weekend. So, anyways, there you have that. All right, let's go ahead and take a quick break. When we come back, Braves country today. We got a lot to talk about and a little time to do it. Keep it locked in here on 99.1 FM WQEE. And, of course, Braves Country HD, wherever you stream. Braves Country Day coming in at you hot. Let's get it.
You're very lucky that you're with somebody who's resilient.
You tried to off yourself 2 times in the last 24 hours, Frank.
A single scores at least one, probably two, with Adrianza's speed. Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing eye single, trying to find any way to get a runner home. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Buehler's got to be coming to the end of his string. For him to piece together this many pitches on 3 days rest, he's really done an incredible job. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is swung on and hit high and deep down the right field line. Is it fair? Is it? It is gone, baby! Ram-a-lam-a ding-dong, zit, boom, bam, a 3-run shot by Eddie Rosario. Eddie Rosario makes it 4-1 Atlanta.
Did you know that in the 1970s, a man left his house and walked to the Golden Gate Bridge and jumped off the bridge? When his loved ones went to his house, they discovered a note that said, I'm walking to the Golden Gate. If one person smiles, I'm not going to jump. You don't know what other people are going through. Sometimes all that person needs
is a warm smile from a stranger.
Armchair.
It is a haunted game in which every player is measured against the ghosts of all who have gone before. Most of all, it is about time and timelessness, speed and grace, failure and loss, imperishable hope and coming home.
Robinson with a good lead. There he goes. He hits the dirt and he's safe.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD.
You're in Braves country.
All right. Get it. How about it? 9 of our last 10. We have won 3 in a row, dropping that hard. Think about this. The only game we've lost in the last 10 was a nail biter in Cincinnati, arguably the best game of the year, that we were down 4 runs late in that game and hit 3 home runs in 1 inning. Damn near pulled it off. So, heck of a game by the Braves. And last night, Spencer Strider went out and did his thing, man. Spencer Strider, I can't give him more credit. Spencer Strider went out there and did his thing. 7 innings. You know, he was my pick to click. And I've been fortunate. My last 2 pick to clicks have actually clicked. Olsen with the 2 home run deal, and Strider, I said that he needed to go 6, give me 6 or more. He went 7, and he hit the strikeout mark. I wanted to see 8 or 9 strikeouts. He had 10. So no complaints here. The only thing that I'll say that he needs to improve on, and I know he knows this, just going forward, because we're looking at the big picture when we get into October. We're not going to face a lot of offenses like Minnesota. Minnesota, who's playing well, and they're going to be right in there in the end to take a chance at that American League Central. The thing about them is they lead the league in strikeouts. And the Braves, you know, shortly before, right around the time that we hit this winning streak, the Braves had a meeting that no one talks about what was really said, other than the fact the Cliff Notes was this. They all talked about it amongst themselves, how their at-bats need to be more productive, how they got to quit swinging for the fences, and they got to start moving guys over and scoring more runs, help out their pitching, not every at-bat trying to be a base hit. And they're putting more contact on the ball. They are striking out less. You're seeing it. And look, we've seen it in Major League Baseball all year long. Heck, we saw it when Vaughn Grissom was up. If you put the ball in play, good things can happen. When someone hits a ball, it's very much like the old, remember the old football quote by the old Ohio State coach. His name's slipping my mind right now, but he said, now this is way back in the day when it was a lot more difficult to throw the ball, because there really were no pass interference calls back then. They just tugged on each other. And he used to say, 3 things can happen when you throw the ball, and 2 of them are bad. Meaning incomplete, INT, and of course the good thing is a completion. And that's why he ran the ball very heavily. It's also why he had a running back, Archie Griffin, in the mid-'70s, who won back-to-back Heisman's the only one to ever do it. Well, my thought process in Major League Baseball is you want to go along that same lines. If you put the ball in play, 3 things can happen, and 2 of them are good. One is an out, one is some form of a base hit, and the other is an error. You're swinging and missing. Very rare that a strikeout leads to a guy on base. Ball has to get all the way back to the backstop, and you have to run down. That's really putting the ball in play if you really think about it. But putting the pressure on the defense, knowing that they're going to have balls scalded at them. The Braves are still leading the league by a huge clip on how they hit the ball at an alarming hard hit rate. It's crushing the rest of the league. We really don't realize how lucky we are to follow this team and not be following a team like, for instance, I don't want to put down the Minnesota Twins because we're playing them right now. Minnesota Twins strike out more than anyone in baseball. But what about a team like the Kansas City Royals, who are one of the lowest in hard hit rate? So even when they make contact, a lot of their balls being hit are not being hit hard, which a lot easier to defend, obviously. Ball's coming at you, about to take your head off. A lot more difficult to catch that one than just a weak pop fly in the infield. So we go out there and we get that win. Big home run by Ozuna. I know there's a lot of folks that hate him and want to trade him. Some of the goofy comments that I see on a daily basis. What was the one recently? Trade Ozuna for it was one of the. It wasn't Ohtani this time, but it was an elite player. It was. We just played Cincinnati, and someone said, God bless him, he said, trade Marcell Ozuna for Ellie De La Cruz. Who says no? And I immediately put in there, the Cincinnati Reds say no. What are you talking about? You can't just say we're going to make a trade for somebody that they don't want to give up. It's like an NFL fan saying, I don't understand why we don't just trade for Patrick Mahomes. Because Kansas City Chiefs ain't giving them to you. But Marcell Ozuna, so many, including I was still on the fence, but man, I was about to look over the other side right before he got hot. I was saying at the time, going to the Miami series, I remember this specifically. I said that if he doesn't pick it up by the Miami series, he might be DFA because he's always owned the Miami Marlins. Now, he went into the Miami series and absolutely smoked them in that stadium. He specifically has always hit well in that stadium. And ever since then, he's been hitting really well. I will say this about it. The Marlins in that series, what we did not know at the time is that evidently he changed his approach to the batting, because everybody tells you to a man, nobody outworks Marcell Ozuna in that batting cage. And for good reason. He's a designated hitter. That's all he does. It's what he should be doing. And as the old saying goes from Vince Lombardi, practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect. And so when you go out there and you see him do that, and he was putting in all the work, basically said, I changed my approach. I won't get into the weeds with the whole conversation. But basically, he decided that he was going to quit trying to worry about ripping it here and ripping it there. He just wanted to put bat on ball and drive it back up the mound and let everything else work out for itself. And ever since then, the one last night, he took it out. I mean, that pitch was on the outer edge. And I'm telling you, Marcell Ozuna in April would have popped that out weakly to first. So he would have been trying to pull it. The one last night, outer edge, drove it over the wall Now, that may not leave a lot of stadiums because we do have a shorter porch and that barely cleared the fence. But regardless where you are, Major League Baseball, that ball's getting over the fielder's head, and it's at least a double. And he hasn't been perfect this year. He had the slow start, and then he got benched for not hustling. But they tell you the clubhouse loves him, and nobody outworks him. And I'm sure that goes hand in hand. So all you Braves fans that want to get rid of Marcell Ozuna, he's not going anywhere. He still has another year on his contract. And isn't it funny that we were trying to trade him last year for good reason? He wasn't producing. We were trying to trade him last year and got rejected by the Nationals. We were going to take on Patrick Corbin's terrible contract just to get rid of Ozuna, Corbin has a much longer contract and is at best meh starting pitcher. Last 2 years, he's been absolutely awful. This year, he's been a little better. His ERA is just under 5 at this point. So he's been a little better this year. But you can make the argument, especially going into this season, is the worst contract history of baseball. Now, this year's made it a little better, but still, compared to what they're paying him, they got took. You add that to the Strasburg debacle. This is why Washington's in a full-blown rebuild. If you're a Nationals fan, you know there is a light at the end of the tunnel, but it is a long tunnel. You're waiting till the end of probably towards the end of this decade before you're absolutely relevant again. But tonight's game, let's go ahead and get into that. Braves versus Twins. You're going to get a couple of really good starting pitchers here. And they are, look, I suspect it's going to be another low-scoring game. I know a couple of folks scoffed at my prediction yesterday. I almost hit it on the head. I said 4-2. The Braves won at 4-1. Man, we were fortunate to get out of that jam that McHugh got us into. And how about not only did Heller come in and put that fire out, but how about Kirby Yates coming in and pitching darn near a perfect 9th inning and slamming the door shut and giving Iglesias, Minter, and company, they all got the night off. Strider went 7. McHugh came in. Heller came in. They shared the 8th, and Yates slammed the door on the 9th. That's big time. If Yates gets back to where he was, even close to where he was in 2019, if he gets back to that where he was looked upon as the best closer in baseball, it could get slapped nasty. That bullpen could be really good. I still don't think he's quite there yet. His splitter's working, but he still gets it up a little bit. So if someone can predict it's coming, they can get underneath the splitter. But his velocity was back up 95 last night. Saw it topping out. If he can get that splitter on a lower plane, along with the fastball on a lower plane, pitching down in the zone, that's going to be a difficult thing to lay off of. Because his splitter is about 7-8 miles slower. If you can get that on a low plane, you just don't have time to react. You kind of have to swing at it. And if you do make contact, you're going to dribble it towards first base. All right, tonight we've got Elder. We've got Ryan. It should be a good one. For those who are not familiar with Joe Ryan, 8-4 with a 2.98 ERA, 0.91 whip. What does that mean? It means folks just don't get on base. 93 innings pitched, 70 hits, 15 walks. So in 93.2 innings, or 93.2 or 93 2/3, however you want to say it. I kind of jumbled it together. He has allowed 85 honest base runners. Now, Elder's been really good himself. By the way, it's kind of weird. Both of them are in that 90 range because Elder has 90 even. They've both given up 8 home runs. So, and that's not an alarming rate in today's baseball. You're talking about essentially a little less than 1 home run a game. And if you can keep batters off base, which these guys are doing, hopefully it's a solo shot in Elder's case, and away you go. Elder has been a little bit less on the strikeout and a little bit more on the walk. So he's given up 76 hits in 90 innings. He's put 24 guys on base. But you still love that he's got a 3-to-1 strikeout ratio. Considering his average, he gets around 5 to 6 strikeouts a game and walks 1 or 2. And I think that's always going to be the case with Elder. He's not going to be a big strikeout pitcher, but he will walk a guy here and there because he tries to live down in the zone, tries to get you to bang that sinker. And there's going to be times where he's just not on it. And what's funny about Elder is that typically when this is the kind of stuff that you don't see in the statistics, but just doing the games, I'm very aware of this. When he misses, he normally misses for an entire at bat. Like, it's nothing for him to go out there and walk a guy 4 consecutive pitches and then buckle back down somehow with no one coming out there and yapping to him. And he'll throw a perfect sinker for someone to bang into a double play and we get out of the inning. So that's how he normally gets out of it. Very reliant on the sinker that leads to strikeouts. It also leads to double plays. And tonight, I would just assume that we're going to get another pretty low-scoring game. I think the Braves' bats will come alive to a degree, but I'm not going to go crazy in the prediction tonight. The over-under tonight is 9. And this is a little bit of wishful thinking, but I'm going for it. We have a pretty healthy bullpen. We have Bryce Elder, who has been the ace on the team. If you look at top to bottom, how he has performed, it hasn't really wavered. He has not had a bad stretch like Strider's had. He hasn't been on the IL like Max Fried. And, of course, Wright. He's been really consistent. So I kind of suspect he's going to go 6 and give up, I'm going to say 1 run. And we're going to have the Bullets to slam the door shut. Give me the Braves. I'm going to say that they get Ryan out of the game. Now, here's the thing, and this is the one reason why I'm going a little higher. If this had not just happened, I would be like, I don't know about this. But here's the thing with Joe Ryan. The last time that he came out, he threw a complete game shutout against the Boston Red Sox, who have a pretty good offense. He went 9. He struck out 9. No walks. Fantastic game. And normally you'd say, well, what the hell are you doing, man? No. He has thrown some pretty good games in the past. He's came out the next time out. He's given up some runs. Now, right before that Boston game, he gave up 6 at home versus the Tigers. So we just saw how the Tigers' offense isn't exactly explosive. He gave up 3 through 6 before that. Went 6 and gave up 2 before that. 4 on the road and gave up 5 in Houston. Went pretty well against the Angels, but I don't think the Angels' offense really is. If you can work around Trout and Ohtani, you really don't have anything to worry about with that Angels' offense realistically. So most of his games that he's gone deep and he's pitched well have been at home, and they've been against teams that are on the outside looking into the playoffs right now. Boston's offense is decent, but it's not what it's been in the past. You you don't take Boston's offense lightly, but the same token, you also you're not worried to go after them. I think the Braves win tonight 6-2. I'm going to take 6-2 tonight because I think Elder goes 6 and gives up 1 somewhere in that neighborhood. And I would think that the bullpen fully rested is going to be able to go out there, and you just got to figure every once in a while someone's going to run into one that you don't expect. So that's why I'm hedging my bet on the 2. So they're going to get just below the 9 mark at 6-2, and away we go. But I think the Braves are going to get out there and score some runs. I just don't think it's going to be an onslaught like we saw during the weekend on, in Cincinnati. It's a much different animal. Much different animal. So there you have that. My pick to click tonight. Man, I don't want to go pitchers back to back. I really think Elder's going to have a good one. Let me say that sometime late in the game, from what I saw, give me, who's been scuffling and just really hasn't played well, but might come up with a key moment? No, you know what? I'm going to go Michael Harris. I'm going to go with the lefty bat. I'm going to go Michael Harris. I was almost going to go Rosario, but I'm going to go Michael Harris. I think he gets on and does some things. And I also kind of think that might be due. We haven't seen him have a great catch in a while, and I think those are random, obviously, but I think one of those are due. Braves Twins, 7:20 first pitch. It's on the way here on Braves Country HD. Please find us today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry, or just put in that old search engine, Braves Country HD. All right. As far as y'all on 99.1 FM, you got the Coaches Show tonight. The Chattahoots, that is 6 to 7, and 5 to 6 is the Brian Snow Show. So that's what you got coming up after here. But we still got a little time to go. When we come back, we're going to continue doing the Once Upon a Pastime series. And I think you're going to get some interest out of this. This is one I can't do all at once because there's just too much content. But we're going to dive into some of the most colorful guys in the history of our beloved sport, baseball, and some of the stories that came out of it. Some guys you may be aware of, some guys you may not be aware of, and even guys you are aware of, you might learn something. Hope you do. Hope if nothing else, you enjoy it. We will be back in a flash here on Braves Country today, Braves Country HD on YouTube, and 99.1 FM.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Whatever We Have in Stock Are Us, your one-stop place to shop for whatever we happen to have lying around at the time.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
I apologize for the distractions. It's not what he said, you ignorant wretch. Spanish is worse than your English.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
I saw a sign on this door that said exit only. So I entered it and I went up to the guy working there and I was like, I have some good news.
It's summertime, and that means the return of all the fun and excitement of Chattahoots baseball at historic Golden Park. Bring the whole family down for a night of fun. Tickets start as low as $10 with a discount for kids, seniors, and active military. Or celebrate a special night at the park with a group package or suite night. For game dates and more, visit GoHoots.com. GoHoots.com. That's GoHoots.com.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
All right, welcome back, Braves country. Any folks out there who aren't even Braves fans, you might get something out of this segment. This is the Once Upon a Pastime series we're going to do from time to time. And today we're going to look at some of the more colorful folks in the history of Major League Baseball. And the one that I want to start off with is Mr. Doc Ellis. He was known as quite the interesting fellow. Doc Ellis, just to give you an idea of who he was, what his actual baseball career was. Pitched for the Pittsburgh Pirates and from 68 to 75, then went to the Yankees for a couple of years in 76 and 77, traded to the A's in 77, and then finished off his career with 3 years with Texas. And towards the end of the 79 season was picked up by the Mets and then finished it with the Pittsburgh Pirates. All in all, 138 wins, 119 losses, 3.46 ERA. And all in all, a pretty darn good player. But what is he most known for in the history of Major League Baseball? He is known for throwing a no-hitter in 1970 for the Pittsburgh Pirates on LSD. He claims, now whether you want to buy the story or not, but whether it's true or not, Doc Ellis threw a no-hitter in 1970. That part's true. He was against San Diego Padres, very young franchise at the time. So that always goes into, was a legitimate no-hitter. We're always going to make those jokes, right, when stuff like that happens. But no-hit the Padres, 2-0. He says he was under the influence of LSD. But here's where it gets interesting. Ellis was high the night before on his day off and took another hit around noon on game day, forgetting that the Pirates were due to play a doubleheader and to play 6 hours later. And this is a quote from him during that time period, because I was zeroed in on the catcher's glove, but I didn't hit the glove too much. I remember hitting a couple of batters and the bases were loaded 2 or 3 times. The balls seemed small at times. The ball was large sometimes. It's like, what? And that was the old fashioned, wildly effective, right? And that was Doc Ellis. And that's the best story. You know, that's the reason why he was looked upon as a character. There were other things, you know, putting curlers in his hair before the game, walking around like that. But I mean, his quote was, "I'm as high as Georgia Pine," when he arrived at the friend's house that day after the game. And he claims that it helped him. I don't know how many of y'all have done psychedelic drugs in your time, but I can tell you a little birdie told me once. We'll just leave it at that. It can, if it's real good stuff, you're not throwing the baseball. You're just not. You're going to lose interest. You're going to walk off the mound. You're going to see things and want to talk about things. That's one of the biggest things. You just want to yap. And so I'm always curious about that second hit if it was really a strong dose. Because it's not like drinking alcohol where you know what 1, 2, 3, 4 beers, etc., are going to do to the body in an X amount of time. These are wildly inconsistent drugs, but you never know. He could have peaked and came down, and at the time he was coming down, he could have possibly fought his way through it. But there's no way he's peaking. When people say, well, what is peaking? It means that you're getting the full effect of that buzz, that we'll call it. But basically, your mind's playing tricks on you. You can't make hide nor tail of anything for about 2 to 3 hours. So if he's on the other side of that, it's possible. But it's had to have been wild. He had to have been sitting there. Can you imagine? For anyone who's actually partaken in such nonsense, can you imagine you drop and usually takes about a half hour to kick in, and someone mentions to you around that half hour, 45 minutes range, it goes, well, we need to start warming up at around X o'clock, right? Whatever it was. Let's say he took it at noon. He's going to pitch at 6. Or the game's at 1. He's going to pitch at 7. He took it around noon. And someone tells him right around 1 o'clock is the first game starting. So we need to start warming up around 4 or 5. You wouldn't be able to comprehend it. You'd be like, wait, what? What am I doing? And in 1970, you're not going to your coach and spilling the beans and telling him what happened. It was nowadays you could probably go to a coach and say, look, man, I thought I was off today. They're going to look down at you, but you probably could have found some way to BS your way out of it, even if you weren't honest. What you can't fake is people who take this stuff. When you take it, your pupils get dilated very large. Now, you're not going to quite look like I'm trying to think of that one alien that's pretty much all eyes, but you're not going to quite look like that, but your pupils are going to be dilated and it's going to be obvious to everybody. So that's why I question the timeline 100%, but it doesn't shock me that he probably had some kind of after effects. You could call it a hangover, but that's not really, it's a different bird. I'm not by any means condoning this. Stay the heck away from it. But if you've known anyone who's taken, they've explained it to you. And if you've done it yourself, you understand that it's not necessarily a hangover. Like your mind is still playing tricks on you and you're still having a hard time, concentrating. But anyways, a wild, wild story in the history of Major League Baseball, 1970. I mean, what are we doing? 53 years ago, give or take, whenever you're listening to this, right? June 12th, 1970. How about that? And you thought you lived a life. Hey, remember that old picture you'd see with Waylon Jennings in front of the Jimmy Carter and his wife, and say you might be cool, but you're not smoking a cigarette in the White House, kind of cool. Waylon's fired up a cigarette. You might be cool, but you're not dropping acid and or LSD. You're not dropping Sid and throwing a no-hitter in the major leagues, kind of cool. That's going to be a hard one for anyone to ever beat. Someone might have to really tell a tall tale to beat that story. So that's example number one. We're going to go into some of these, and I hope you have a good time with it. The next guy that I want to make sure that we talk about, because it's a guy that everybody knows of, and it's a guy also that, because of his personality, I don't think it's ever been given the credit of how damn good he was. A couple of guys today we're going to talk about like that. But one of them is Yogi Berra. And Yogi Berra, everybody knows of the Yogiisms. What they may or may not know about him is that he was a decorated World War II veteran. He was there for D-Day. He was driving one of the gunner boats, getting shot at. So if he never did anything else the rest of his life, he was a hell of a guy, hell of an American, right? But then he went on to, and I still say it, he's the best catcher to ever play the game. Everybody normally, especially if you get folks who grew up in the 70s, watching baseball in the 70s. I caught the tail end of his career, so I can't say I ever actually watched him in his prime. But most folks always go to Johnny Bench. Johnny Bench grew up in a different era, but Johnny Bench had a cannon for an arm. Johnny Bench was a very good hitting catcher. Wasn't a great hitting catcher, but he's a very good hitting catcher. But this isn't about tearing Johnny Bench down. This is about what Yogi Berra did. Yogi Berra, 358 home runs lifetime from behind the plate in an era where catchers were typically known to hit maybe 10 in a year. More impressively, at 285 batting average in an era where catchers, they didn't hit their weight. His OPS was 830. OPS plus, which I don't give as much credit to, but it still tells you how phenomenal it was. His OPS plus was 125. 100 is considered solid. 1,430 RBIs. I don't know how that man with those short little legs got him, but he got 30 stolen bases in his career. Scored 1,179 runs. Was elected to the All-Star game every single year from 1948 to 1962. What? Yeah. He was the MVP in 1951. He was the MVP in 54 and 55. He came second in the MVP voting twice, third once. So 6 times a catcher was in the MVP voting in the top 3. And if you want to count the time that he came in 4th, that was right in that same stretch, from 1950 to 1956, I don't know if we'll ever see that kind of a stretch from a catcher. We've never seen it in the history of Major League Baseball. I don't know if we'll ever see it again. And that is just an incredible feat when you think about Yogi Berra. And he was altogether, he was an 18-time All-Star. 13-time World Series champion. Michael Jordan's the greatest ever. He's won 6. That's not even half. 13-time world champion. Now, granted, they weren't all as a player. The last 3 that I mentioned was as a coach, but still, he won it 10 times as a player. 3-time AL MVP. Heck, Michael Jordan can't even make the playoffs as an owner. That's so sad. And of course, he's probably more than being in the Hall of Fame. In an 85.6, really, Yogi Berra's second ballot. Get the hell out of here. These baseball writers, idiots. So many of them have this rule they won't vote, especially back then. They're starting to bend. But they have this rule back for years and years and years. They wouldn't vote you on the Hall of Fame ballot the first year. That changed when they said that if you're not on the ballot, if you don't get X amount of percent each year, they're going to take you off. So then you feel a little more pressure. Well, I better vote for him. I can't be the idiot that is the reason why a guy like a Yogi Berra doesn't make the Hall of Fame. But back in those days, they would just, it was almost like the old thing with college football where you wouldn't start a freshman. They wouldn't vote for a freshman into the Hall of Fame. Even still, man, second vote, he should have been. These are the things when they say that Mario Rivera was the first ever 100% MVP. Obviously, not 100% voted into the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame. These are the things that make you go, what the hell are you doing, man? What are we talking about? Like Yogi Berra, of all people, wouldn't be considered not just a first ballot, but a 100% first ballot. There's so many guys you could go in. Yes. That's the one thing the Hall of Fame in baseball gets wrong. They're still the best Hall of Fame because it's still the most difficult to get in, but that's the one thing they get wrong. And they've gotten it wrong for so long, it's almost hard to overcorrect it. Because then you start putting everybody in, and then it's going to kind of it's going to cheapen. But to say that a relief pitcher is the only one, because remember Derek Jeter got in except for like one vote. To say a relief pitcher is the only one is the stupidest thing if you ever thought about it in the history of baseball. Babe Ruth, son of a... Come on. Babe Ruth, Willie Mays, Hank Aaron. Get out of here. As my grandfather used to say, go take a long walk off a short pier. But what I thought would be fun to talk about with Yogi Berra today, because I just wanted people to, get an idea of who this guy was. War hero, the greatest catcher to ever play the game. Because I have to take the whole thing into consideration. Johnny Bench is a very close number 2, but Yogi's number 1. And if you think it's Berra, if you think it's Johnny Bench, there's 2 reasons. You're either a Reds head, love the Cincinnati Reds, and you're gonna die on that hill, or you grew up in that era and didn't see Yogi play, so you're always gonna get. And I get that, but if you look at it, he is the best. If you put Yogi Berra into your Google machine or whatever machine you use, the first thing that pops up is not going to be Hall of Fame, et cetera, et cetera. It's going to be yogiisms, right? It's the one thing we're all going to see, yogiisms. And I'm just going to go over a few of them that I think people would enjoy, because it may be some of the ones that are a little less, known. Because Yogi did a lot of things for America, but the humor that he brought is unrivaled. So I'm going to grab a few of them and just kind of go through that. This is a great one. If the world were perfect, it wouldn't be. You think about it, it's kind of deep, but it's a great line. I did love the fact that he said, if I didn't make it in baseball, I wouldn't have made it to work. I didn't like to work. I don't believe that. Any guy that fought in World War II and was on the beaches of Normandy, you wouldn't have scared him off by much, but I love that line. I'm lucky. Usually you're dead to get your own museum, but here I am. Let me see. Let me grab a couple, because I'm going to skip some of these, because if you go through every single one of them, it's getting a little monotonous. This is a great one. Take it with a grain of salt. So I'm ugly. I never saw anyone hit with his face. You got to figure that had to be towards a reporter. I never saw anyone hit with his face. You got to love that. If you ask me, I don't know. I'm going to answer. It ain't the heat, it's the humility. This is probably one of the best things that he ever said, probably more accurate than of all the quotes. And this is the type of thing that, this is t-shirt worthy, mainly because it's small enough. I never said most of the things I said. I'm not going to buy my kids an encyclopedia. Let them walk to school like I did. What? What? I see how Sandy Koufax won 25 games. I really don't understand how he lost those 5. That's probably accurate. I never saw Sandy Koufax pitch, obviously, but I've seen the video and I know the numbers. That dude looked darn near unhittable. He hits from both sides of the plate. He's amphibious. Even Napoleon had his Watergate. Of course, that was actually after his playing days. That was in the 70s. But even Napoleon had his Watergate. You gotta love that. This one ain't really funny, but it's kind of funny coming from a catcher's. All pitchers are liars or crybabies. Why do you buy good luggage? You only use it when you go see people you don't know. Pair up in threes. We have deep depth. This is a famous one of his. It gets late early out here. If the people don't want to come to the ballpark, nobody's going to stop them. The future ain't what it used to be. Whoa. Is that not apropos for today? How can you hit and think at the same time? How can you hit and think at the same time? Slump, I ain't in no slump. I just ain't hitting real well. Never answer an anonymous letter. What? I usually take a 2-hour nap from 1 to 4. That's probably pretty accurate if you really think about it. Anytime I've ever, I almost can't do it nowadays, but anytime I try to take a nap in the afternoon, man, it's going to take me almost an hour to fall asleep. At least 30 minutes. There's no way I could do a 2-hour nap anymore. I don't remember the last time I could do a 2-hour nap. I'm going to wake up after an hour and sun's out and I'm going to panic. I'm like, wait, where am I supposed to be? You better cut the pizza in 4 pieces because I'm not hungry enough to eat 6. Years ago, I heard that quote and I didn't know where it came from. When I found out it came from Yogi, it made a lot of sense. I don't know who he was referring to, but he said, congratulations. I knew the record would stand until it was broken. Always go to other people's funerals. Otherwise, they won't come to yours. What? This sounds like something out of a country song. A nickel ain't worth a dime anymore. Any of you country music singers, there's your line for the next number 1 hit. Baseball is 90% mental, and the other half is physical. No one goes there nowadays. It's too crowded. He also said at one point, nobody lives in New York City. It's too crowded. It's like deja vu all over again. How many times have you heard that one? That was originally credited to Yogi Berra. And it ain't over till it's over was laughed about at the time as a yogiism. But you think about it now and people use that in the world of sports. And it's a battle cry from time to time. You can observe a lot just by watching. There's a nugget of truth in a lot of these, right? But this is the great one. When you come to a fork in the road, you got to take it. What? What are we doing? All right, that was Yogi Berra. Let's take a break. When we come back, we got a couple other colorful characters to get into. Braves Country, Once Upon a Pastime series. We will be back in a flash.
It's baseball season now, but hockey will be back before you know it. Join the Columbus River Dragons as they celebrate the team's 5th anniversary season in 2023-24. Season tickets are on sale now with no price increase from last season. Lock up your favorite seat for every exciting moment. Call the River Dragons at 706-507-4625 or go online to rdragons.com. That's rdragons.com. River Dragons Hockey. Get fired up. It's summertime, and that means the return of all the fun and excitement of Chattahoochee baseball at historic Golden Park. Bring the whole family down for a night of fun. Tickets start as low as $10 with a discount for kids, seniors, and active military. Or celebrate a special night at the park with a group package or suite night. For game dates and more, visit GoHoots.com. That's GoHoots.com.
Bowling's insane! Bowling is crazy time! Bowling? I don't think so, George. You're getting a rush from bowling. Rush? You want a rush? Drop a ball on your toe, my friend. Talk about a rush. You'll be throbbing. You'll see vision.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to fit.
Pop stars with auto-tune.
Yeah.
And dentists with asking questions.
How did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry and only jewelry, which is why people who are also obsessed with jewelry trust us with theirs.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
The most popular and most notorious star of the 19th century was Michael Joseph King Kelly, the sure-handed catcher for the Chicago White Stockings. He was so skilled at stealing bases, he once stole 6 in a single game, that he inspired a popular song, Slide, Kelly, Slide. He sometimes cut across the diamond, skipping second altogether when the umpire was not looking. Kelly drank as hard as he competed. Once, A.G. Spaulding put Pinkerton detectives on his trail and accused him of having been in a saloon at 3 a.m. drinking lemonade. Kelly was indignant. It was straight whiskey, he said. I never drank a lemonade at that hour in my life.
Welcome back. Once Upon a Pastime series here on Braves Country. And, well, we're going to tell the tale of Michael King Kelly. He played for Boston. We'll get into his stats real quick, just so you get an idea of who these guys were. Had a lifetime batting average of .307, which was looked upon as pretty good at the time, pretty darn good at the time. That was the dead ball era. It's very hard to get base hits back in those days. A 300 hitter was looked upon as elite. His OPS, interesting enough, is above 800. There weren't a lot of guys back in that dead ball era that had an OPS over 800. But he got a lot of doubles, triples, etc. And hit for a high batting average. Had 368 steals, 950 RBI. 950 RBI in that day and time was a lot, along with his 1,357 runs scored. He typically hit at the top of the order. Had 368 stolen bases and an OPS plus. Remember, we just talked about that, of 138. That's up there. That is absolutely up there, because when you think about the Yogi Berra, where is with 125, that's a high. I mean, he's in. For folks who don't understand the OPS plus, it takes into account of everything going on at the time, including what stadiums you were playing in. That's why I've always said the number's a little goofy to me. It's not what, I would necessarily look at typically, but it does give you an idea. It gives you an idea of what's going on with the actual player that you're looking at in the annals of history. Now, he started in 1878, and he played for the Cincinnati Reds. Then he went to the Chicago Cubs from 1880 to 1886. He then played from 1877 to 1879. He played for the Boston Beaneaters. And we all know that they became the Atlanta Braves. Then he did play for the Boston Reds And this is back when the National League, American League, all this stuff was starting to come into play, right? In 1890, he played in the Players League for the Boston team at that time. They were called the Boston Reds Statistics. God, would that name be popular today? Reds Statistics. Doesn't really flow off the... Someone eventually is going to be named the something stats. I do believe that we're heading for one day. There's going to be teams named. No longer will they be the Boston Braves, the Atlanta Braves, the Milwaukee Braves. It's going to be the Atlanta. If they keep the Braves moniker, it'll be the Atlanta Braves, brought to you by, and that'll be all over your hat. But I think there's more likely that you're gonna get an expansion team in our lifetime, I believe, that starts off with, because it's going to help fund the team. It'll be something to the effect of, take a city who doesn't have a team yet. Let's take Nashville and say Nashville gets a team. And Nashville, what's it known for more than anything else? Music, right? And you get something like the Nashville Spotify or the Nashville YouTube music. It'll be something like that. And maybe they'll put music in the names, the Spotify music, and they'll come up with a logo that is nothing but that has a tune involved in it. But then you'll also have your corporate logo ingrained into it. That's coming. But anyways, back to Mike King Kelly. He ended up playing 16 years. He finished in 1893, the New York Giants. So he was literally in the dead ball era. It was shortly after baseball to become professional. Remember, the Atlanta Braves had only been around less than a decade when he came in. So the Atlanta Braves franchise, it's been all over the place, but now currently rests in God's country in Atlanta, Georgia, right? But so you're talking about one of the very infants of Major League Baseball. And one of the things you got to understand about this time period, I don't go into all the weeds of the history that's going on. We're coming out of the Civil War and all that kind of stuff. And strangely enough, there was not a color barrier until later on. So you did have folks from all walks of life playing in these leagues at the beginning. It wasn't the color barrier started in the late 1890s. There was a lot of political unrest and a lot of stuff went into that. And so that's why you'll go back and say, wait a minute, how was this guy in there? I thought Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier. He did, because there wasn't really a written color barrier. And there never was a written color barrier. There was just kind of agreement upon the owners at the time, around the turn of the century, to push out folks because they thought it would run off. And honestly, these owners of any sport at any time, no matter their race or creed, they would have put the color barrier down and said, to heck with it, who cares, if they thought that it was going to help them sell tickets. But they thought the opposite. Whether there's any logistical reason to that, I don't think there was. But that was the theory. What was that, 130 years ago? A lot of things have changed. You know, it's not just the societal differences, but you think about other things that have changed over the last 130 years or less. I mean, it is a different world. And I'm sure, you know, if you think about, if you go to 1900, you take 130 years before that, different world then too, right? Because you're talking about literally under British rule, right before the American Revolution. But in the late 1870s to early 1890s, he played, first of all, that's pretty phenomenal. He played 16 years. Think about all the injuries that shorten guys' careers nowadays and all the medical advancement we have. And these guys played rough. They would run you over, spikes high, all that stuff. But he's one of my favorite players for a couple of reasons. A, you heard the clip coming in where he's talking about, someone saying that he was in a saloon till 3 a.m. drinking lemonade. And he said, that's a damnable lie. I never drank lemonade at that time of my life. You got to love that line. Like, I might have been in that saloon. But you think I was drinking lemonade? You got another thing coming. He wanted to make sure that he set the story straight on that, right? Not that he had broken curfew. The fact that he didn't want anyone to think that he was drinking lemonade at 3 a.m. He was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1945. Remember, the Hall of Fame didn't come around until 1937. So that was the 9th year of its existence, and they were only letting a few folks in each year. And how long they'd been playing baseball at that point was in the, what are we talking about, 70, almost 80 years at that point. So to be inducted in the first decade, you were elite. And so he got in as one of the just unbelievable characters of Major League Baseball. He is the reason why when you make a substitution in Major League Baseball, you're gone for good. He's also the reason why, because no one thought about it at the time, they're just doing it. He's also the reason why in Major League Baseball, you have to wait till the play is over to make a substitution. And here's the reason why. King Kelly would routinely be on the bench. A ball is hit, popped up in the air, or vice versa. He could be in the field and he would yell it out. But a ball's popped up in the air, and back then you didn't have the dugouts that were actually dug in. These guys were just sitting on benches near the lines. The ball be popped up in the air in foul territory, and he would say, Michael Kelly in for, say, Joe Smith, who's playing, we'll say he's playing right field. He's no chance of getting to the ball, but I can get to it. Michael Kelly in for Joe Smith. He would come over, he'd make the catch, throw the ball back into the infield, and say, Joe Smith back in for Michael Kelly. And that's why we have that rule, because of Michael King Kelly. And if nothing else, he'll always be one of my favorite players. My next guy's my favorite player of all time. But if nothing else, you got to love that. You got to absolutely love the fact that he was that innovative. He was also known to, and this is what led to multiple umpires on the field. You ready for this? So back then, you typically had 2 umpires. You had one for the base paths, one behind the plate. The one behind the plate routinely was not paying attention because he was getting in position to see if there was going to be a play at the plate. So let's say there's a guy at third and Kelly's on first, and the one umpire in the field is standing at second base, right? The ball gets hit to a fly ball. And as it's heading towards the outfield, the second base umpire has his back turned, making sure the guy caught it. Home plate umpires position himself to be able to look at down the third base line to see if there's going to be a play at the plate. Mike Kelly would tag up. He would also do this on singles, where the umpire's turning to look into the outfield to see if the guy's going to make the catch. and he would run from first across the grass to third, literally going first to third on a short single. Infielders raising hell about it, but the two umpires on the field didn't see it, so they wouldn't call it. They have a good idea he probably didn't do it. So they came up with the third umpire because of Michael King Kelly. So this guy, he doesn't get the credit he deserves. He was innovative. He was absolutely innovative. Born in Troy, New York. He was born of Irish immigrants. His father joined the Union Army, and his father basically brought the game back and was teaching young Michael how to, because one of the things that always gets looked over in Civil War history is that these guys played baseball a lot when they were out there in the fields, some version of it. Because it was a growing game. It was very popular. It was catching on like wildfire through the country. And both the Southern and Northern, but the Union and Confederate armies, they were out there playing baseball to pass the time. Waiting for the next war. There's actually talks of when there's actually proof of when during the Civil War, when they would have like a ceasefire type of moment, and the Confederate soldiers would play against the Union soldiers in a baseball game. And then after the game, they knew the ceasefire was at a certain time. They'd go back to their quarters. How about that? Imagine that. Imagine us in the middle of a war with whoever, and a soccer game breaks out. That's not happening nowadays. But he was, by 15 years old, he was playing on the amateur team. And he would jump from team to team during this whole thing with the National League, the American League, the Players League, and a couple of others. There were a bunch of leagues that tried to pop up. The Federal League. There were a lot of leagues that tried to pop up in around a 20 to 30 year time span that was trying to rival the National League. That's why it's always been called the Senior Circuit, because it was here first. Junior Circuit is always referred to as the American League, because the American League showed up around the turn of the century. But leading up to that, you had a lot of different leagues. And so King Kelly would jump from team to team, whoever's paying him the most. And Michael King Kelly, after the 1886 season, Spalding, sold Kelly from Chicago. And yes, it's the same Spalding. He was a team owner of the White Stockings, and it's the same guy that names on the ball, and that same Spalding, Warren G. Spalding. He sold Kelly to the Bean Eaters for a record at that time, $10,000. Just sold him for straight cash, which they did that a lot at the time, because a lot of them were spending money on other things. Baseball was just a small part of their income, and they would, we all know the famous story of No Nanette selling Babe Ruth to fund the Broadway play. But Kelly did not want to return to Boston, and Spalding, when he heard about the plans, said, quote, "Then tie him up, I guess, if he's really averse to playing there. We may have to be ugly about this, but he's heading to Boston." He had already planned to spend that $10,000 to start making baseball. This is when Spalding really took off on the whole baseball thing. He ended up going, but because of it, his nickname became known as the $10,000 Beauty. Because in 1881, actress Louise Montague had been also dubbed after winning a $10,000 contest for the, you wouldn't use this term anymore, but at the time, handsomest woman in the world. Nowadays, when you think of handsome, it's always sent towards men, but it was a beauty contest. It was like a Miss America pageant type thing. And so he became known as the $10,000 beauty because of the same thing, because it happened in the same time period. But he ended up being a manager. He was really known for his wildness, his drinking, hell raising, all that kind of stuff. And that's the story of Michael King Kelly. In fact, he had a famous song dubbed after him called Slide Kelly Slide. And it was America's first pop hit record. You want a nugget to throw at your friends to throw them off. Slide Kelly Slide was America's first pop hit record. After its release in Edison Studios in 1927, inspired a film version, Slide Kelly Slide. Kelly was considered to have been the first man to popularize autographing. He would go and sign things for fans. And he would also get out on the vaudeville circuit, did a lot of acting and whatnot. Really talented guy. And most folks believe that the poem, Casey at the Bat, which I read in pregame before each ball game, Casey at the Bat, the famous Ernest Lawrence Thayer poem from 1888, most believe it was written about Michael King Kelly. Now, it could have been with Cap Anson. That's the big debate, but Kelly's right there. So that's Michael King Kelly. All right, when we come back, we're going to hit up another one. I wanted to do 5 of these today, but I think I'm only going to get to a fourth one. So we'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country, Once Upon a Pastime series. Don't go anywhere.
I just realized if they get divorced and live in 2 separate places, that's twice as many visits. Imagine if I had to see them both on the same day. It's like running a double marathon.
That's the beauty of baseball. There's no time limit. You have to let the other guy have an opportunity. It's not basketball. We can run the clock out and pass it around and foul each other for the last 3 minutes of the game. We're not running the ball up the middle or taking a knee like it is in football. You have to face your opponent. Your opponent has every opportunity down to the very last pitch of the game to win a game. That's the beauty of baseball. That's why I love baseball the way I do. The DH, I'm an American League guy. You know that. I love the DH. I understand the league people wouldn't want it, and I don't think they should do it in both leagues. Keep it the way it is. What's wrong with the DH?
Yeah, because if you put the DH in the National League, the American League would never win another World Series. It would make it an even playing field.
I don't think that's exactly how it would play out.
Armchair.
Now, for me, I wasn't good enough to guess pitches. I looked for one pitch every at bat, every pitch, fastball right down the middle. Yeah. That's it. As soon as I saw it, I would swing. So I'd look fastball down the middle every single pitch, and my approach was to stay to right center field.
One afternoon on the Brooklyn waterfront, a boy named William Cummings, known to his friends as Candy, noticed that he could make a clamshell curve when he hurled it through the air and began to wonder if he might be able to do the same thing one day with a baseball. In April 1867, now pitching for the Brooklyn Excelsiors, Candy Cummings tried out his new pitch. Though it was outlawed, everyone started throwing the curveball. Purists were appalled.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Braves country. Here on the Once Upon a Pastime series, where we kind of go outside the lines, maybe stay a little in the lines, however you want to look at it. And I thought this would be a good one to finish off with. We're not going to get to a couple of guys, but I'll do that in another one. Couple of the guys that I am planning on doing in the future on this series, covering in this series, is we're going to go over Bob Uecker and his contribution to baseball, along with my favorite player of all time, Rube Waddell, and the stories about him. But I thought Candy Cummings, he gets no love, no look, and for good reason. You folks who love WAR, his career WAR was 36.2. It's not so great. Played 6 years. He was pretty dominant. Played from the age of 23 to the age of 28. And in those 6 years, 145 wins, a 2.42 ERA, which actually back then wasn't great. It was pretty average, maybe a tad under, but not as like it. Today, someone left the game with 2.42 ERA, you'd be like, holy crap. But this was literally the dead ball era at the very beginning. I mean, he's playing for the New York Mutuals, the Baltimore Canaries, the Philadelphia Whites. Lord, I don't want to know what that was about. Hartford Dark Blues. I'm joking. The Philadelphia Whites was they often, just like the Reds, they named it after their colored uniform. And then he played for the Dark Blues for twice, and then the Cincinnati Reds. And the Reds, obviously, the Reds were originally the Red Legs because they wore red socks, and they didn't want to be called Red Sox because Boston had grabbed the Red Sox. So, in none of those teams, except for the final one, Cincinnati Reds, and I'm sorry, the Hartford Blues did play in the National League for a short time in 1876, and he was a part of that. So you look at Candy Cummings, he was born in 1848. And he is a guy that, according to legend, created the curveball. I haven't heard a very good argument pointing to someone before him, so I'm going to go with it. You got to understand something about that time period with Candy Cummings. Is he's playing a game right before this time period. So we're talking about the very infancy of professional baseball would have been just before the Civil War, about a decade or so, give or take, depending on your area of the country. New York saw it come into effect. They had competitive teams. I don't know if you want to call them professional teams, but they had competitive teams. New York City is really the birth of what we call baseball today. That took place in going from around the 1840s, 1850s. So Cummings was born in 1848. During that time period, right around that time period, the pitcher was just a part of the game. He was just to lob it in there. Then when it became professional, you wanted to win, then the competitive juices got involved, and eventually folks were like, wait a minute, why am I just lobbing it in there? I'm not throwing it to my guy. If I'm throwing it to, and a lot of teams back then would send their pitcher out to throw their guys. Now, this is the beginning. This is when you'd have, you not only were they lobbing in there, sometimes you'd have 20, 30, 40, sometimes 50 people in the outfield colliding into each other. But I'm talking about when you got to what everyone looks at as baseball today that really hasn't changed in darn near going on 200 years. It's 9 men on the field and you're trying to get the guy out, and that started about 150-ish years ago, give or take. Cummings comes along, and it was just coming out of you're not trying to deceive the batter. And so he comes along and he is born in Massachusetts. In the area of Massachusetts, in that area, he is inundated with it's pretty much all baseball at this point. Remember, basketball hasn't even been invented. Football hasn't begun yet. Remember, they started football because they wanted men to stay in shape and stay tough to be ready for war, because we hadn't been in a major war in a while. Baseball is, as I always say, is the true sport. And he's growing up towards the end of the 19th century. And he discovered the idea of the curveball with seashells, according to his story, according to his biography. After noticing the movement, the way they would curve heading towards the water, he's tossing them. He thought to himself, well, can I make a baseball do that? Now, back then it was a little different, a little more difficult, because at that time, baseballs were not uniform, and you didn't have all the 108 stitches like you do today. Some of them had stitches, some of them didn't. So it really depended on what you had. But as the game evolved and we got the Spalding ball and we got the tightly wound and we got the 108 stitches, and every baseball is supposed to be alike down the road, that's what but it all comes off of the invention of the curveball. And he's playing for the Brooklyn Excelsiors Club in 1867, an October day in 1867. And they're going against the Harvard College team. And he would later say, a surge of joy flooded over me that I never shall forget. I felt like shouting out I had made a ball curve. But I said not a word and saw many batters throw down their stick in disgust. And so it essentially changed the game of baseball. That was 1867. After that, once you see one guy do it, he's going to like, how's he doing that? Well, guys are going to watch you do it and they just pick it up. But he essentially invented it. And I think it's an incredible story when you think about, he played 6 years in professional ball. What did he really, why are we talking? Because he invented the curveball, which transformed into every single pitch you can think of to this day that's not named the four-seam fastball. Because before that, guys were just grabbing the ball and chucking it. Now, the beginning of baseball, a lot of them were much smoother, so there wouldn't be as much movement if you tried to do what you do today. But now the different grips of a baseball, the way folks will bring a ball and grip a ball, the way that you would, you got your four seam, you've got your two seam, the way they snap the wrist, you've got the cutter, you've got the, all of these, it all came off of Sandy Cumming, and all of him saying, man, I wonder if I can make a damn seashell do, or make a baseball do what a seashell is doing. And essentially he did. And I'm sure he was just absolutely shocked that it actually worked. This guy that basically changed baseball stood 5'9", 120 pounds. But he got into the major leagues and he was out there having people whiffing left and right, whiffing. couldn't make contact with these pitches. The thing that I would like to know, because there were times in baseball that the rules have changed, the statistics have changed. I'm going to throw one at you. So this guy's invented the curveball, right? No one's ever seen it. In 1872, no, let's go to 1873. He's already been throwing it a year. Oh no, you know what? Let's do 1872. His first year in the league. He throws 497 pitches. What? Where was his load management? 497 innings. They didn't believe in that old, give him 5 days rest kind of nonsense, right? Where you at, Kodai Senga? With the I can only pitch once a week. Shohei Ohtani, I can only pitch once a week. This guy was pitching once a day. But 497 innings off of 55 games, too. Think about that, anyways. 45 strikeouts. And he was known as a strikeout machine. Now, the highest he ever got was in 1875, he had 82 strikeouts. But that was looked upon as an enormous amount of strikeouts at the time. Because people didn't strike out because it was a badge of honor to not strike out. You struck out, you were looked upon as a thumb. Useless. Worthless. What are we doing with you? And so that, to me, is Candy Cummings in a nutshell. The history of baseball. Guys rarely struck out back in those days because they would shorten up the swing and they would do the crossover and just tap the ball, put it in play, and see what can happen. The defenders were nowhere near as talented and skilled as they are today. So if you put the ball play, you never know. But that's Candy Cummings. And he changed the game of baseball. Guy that nobody talks about, but he changed the game of baseball. Someone would have came up with it, sure. But he did it. Candy Cummings, to me, for that very reason, is a guy that when you look at all his accolades, in 1939, we just talked about how often things happened. I mean, about how the Hall of Fame came in 1937. In 1939, Candy Cummings was in the Hall of Fame, even though he'd only played those 6 seasons. Because everybody knew the story of Candy Cummings. More people need to know that story. All right. Hope y'all enjoyed this little bit of baseball today. Once Upon a Pastime series here on Braves Country Baseball. And y'all have a good afternoon.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Ha, ha! Can I get another cigarette, please?
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia. about it? 9 of our last 10. We have won 3 in a row, dropping that hard. Think about this. The only game we've lost in the last 10 was a nail-biter in Cincinnati, arguably the best game of the year. But we were down 4 runs late in that game, hit 3 home runs in 1 inning, damn near pulled it off. So, heck of a game by the Braves. And last night, Spencer Strider went out and did his thing, man. Spencer Strider, I can't give him more credit. Spencer Strider went out there and did his thing. 7 innings. You know, he was my pick to click. And I've been fortunate. My last 2 pick to clicks have actually clicked. Olsen with the 2 home run deal, and Strider. I said that he needed to go 6. Give me 6 or more. He went 7, and he hit the strikeout mark. I wanted to see 8 or 9 strikeouts. He had 10. So no complaints here. The only thing that I'll say that he needs to improve on, and I know he knows this, just going forward, because we're looking at the big picture when we get into October. We're not going to face a lot of offenses like Minnesota. Minnesota, who's playing well, and they're going to be right in there in the end to take a chance at that American League Central. The thing about them is they lead the league in strikeouts. And the Braves, you know, shortly before, right around the time that we hit this winning streak, the Braves had a meeting that no one talks about what was really said, other than the fact the Cliff Notes was this. They all talked about it amongst themselves, how their at-bats need to be more productive, how they got to quit swinging for the fences, and they got to start moving guys over and scoring more runs, help out their pitching. Not every at-bat trying to be a base hit, and they're putting more contact on the ball. They are striking out less. You're seeing it. And look, we've seen it in Major League Baseball all year long. Heck, we saw it when Vaughn Grissom was up. If you put the ball in play, good things can happen. When someone hits a ball, it's very much like the old, remember the old football quote by the old Ohio State coach. His name's slipping my mind right now, but he said, now this is way back in the day when it was a lot more difficult to throw the ball, because there really were no pass interference calls back then. They just tugged on each other. And he used to say, 3 things can happen when you throw the ball, and 2 of them are bad. Meaning incomplete, INT, and of course the good thing is a completion. And that's why he ran the ball very heavily. It's also why he had a running back, Archie Griffin, in the mid-'70s, who won back-to-back Heisman's, only one to ever do it. Well, my thought process in Major League Baseball is, you want to go along that same lines. If you put the ball in play, 3 things can happen, and 2 of them are good. 1 is an out, 1 is some form of a base hit, and the other is an error. You're swinging and missing. Very rare that a strikeout leads to a guy on base. Ball has to get all the way back to the backstop, and you have to run down. That's really putting the ball in play if you really think about it. But putting the pressure on the defense, knowing that they're going to have balls scalded at them. The Braves are still leading the league by a huge clip on how they hit the ball at an alarming hard hit rate. They're just, man, it's crushing the rest of the league. We don't know how, we really don't realize how lucky we are to follow this team and not be following a team like, for instance, like, I don't want to put down the Minnesota Twins because we're playing them right now. Minnesota Twins strike out more than anyone in baseball. But what about a team like the Kansas City Royals, who are one of the lowest in hard hit rate? So even when they make contact, a lot of their balls being hit are not being hit hard, which a lot easier to defend, obviously. Balls coming at you, about to take your head off. A lot more difficult to catch that one than just a weak pop fly in the infield. So we go out there and we get that win. Big home run by Ozuna. I know there's a lot of folks that hate him and want to trade him. Some of the goofy comments that I see on a daily basis. What was the one recently? Trade Ozuna for it was one of the. It wasn't Ohtani this time, but it was an elite player. It was we just played Cincinnati, and someone said, God bless him, he said, trade Marcell Ozuna for Ellie De La Cruz. Who says no? And I immediately put in there, the Cincinnati Reds say no. What are you talking about? You can't just say we're going to make a trade for somebody that they don't want to give up. It's like an NFL fan saying, I don't understand why we don't just trade for Patrick Mahomes. Because Kansas City Chiefs ain't giving them to you. But Marcell Ozuna, so many, including I was still on the fence, but man, I was about to look over the other side right before he got hot. I was saying at the time, going to the Miami series, I remember this specifically. I said that if he doesn't pick it up by the Miami series, he might be DFA because he's always owned the Miami Marlins. Now, he went into the Miami series and absolutely smoked them in that stadium. He specifically has always hit well in that stadium. And ever since then, he's been hitting really well. I will say this about it. The Marlins in that series, what we did not know at the time is that evidently he changed his approach to the batting, because everybody tells you to a man, nobody outworks Marcell Ozuna in that batting cage. And for good reason. He's a designated hitter. That's all he does. It's what he should be doing. And as the old saying goes from Vince Lombardi, practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect. And so when you go out there and you see him do that, and he was putting in all the work, basically said, I changed my approach. I won't get into the weeds with the whole conversation. But basically, he decided that he was going to quit trying to worry about ripping it here and ripping it there. He just wanted to put bat on ball and drive it back up the mound and let everything else work out for itself. And ever since then, the one last night, he took it out. I mean, that pitch was on the outer edge. And I'm telling you, Marcell Ozuna in April would have popped that out weakly to first. So he would have been trying to pull it. The one last night, outer edge, drove it over the wall. Now, that may not leave a lot of stadiums because we do have a shorter porch and that barely cleared the fence. But regardless where you are, Major League Baseball, that ball's getting over the fielder's head and it's at least a double. And he hasn't been perfect this year. He had the slow start and then he got benched for not hustling. But they tell you the clubhouse loves him and nobody outworks him. And I'm sure that goes hand in hand. So all you Braves fans that want to get rid of Marcell Ozuna, he's not going anywhere. He still has another year on his contract. And isn't it funny that we were trying to trade him last year for good reason? He wasn't producing. We were trying to trade him last year and got rejected by the Nationals. We were going to take on Patrick Corbin's terrible contract just to get rid of Ozuna, Corbin has a much longer contract and is at best meh starting pitcher. Last 2 years, he's been absolutely awful. This year, he's been a little better. His ERA is just under 5 at this point. So he's been a little better this year. But you can make the argument, especially going into this season, is the worst contract history of baseball. Now, this year's made it a little better, but still, compared to what they're paying him, they got took. You add that to the Strasburg debacle. This is why Washington's in a full-blown rebuild. If you're a Nationals fan, you know there is a light at the end of the tunnel, but it is a long tunnel. You're waiting till the end of probably towards the end of this decade before you're absolutely relevant again. But tonight's game, let's go ahead and get into that. Braves versus Twins. You're going to get a couple of really good starting pitchers here. And they are, look, I suspect it's going to be another low-scoring game. I know a couple of folks scoffed at my prediction yesterday. I almost hit it on the head. I said 4-2. The Braves won at 4-1. Man, we were fortunate to get out of that jam that McHugh got us into. And how about not only did Heller come in and put that fire out, but how about Kirby Yates coming in and pitching darn near a perfect ninth inning and slamming the door shut and giving Iglesias, Mentor, and company, they all got the night off. Strider went 7. McHugh came in. Heller came in. They shared the 8th, and Yates slammed the door on the 9th. That's big time. If Yates gets back to where he was, even close to where he was in 2019, if he gets back to that where he was looked upon as the best closer in baseball, it could get slapped nasty. That bullpen could be really good. I still don't think he's quite there yet. His splitter's working, but he still gets it up a little bit. So if someone can predict it's coming, they can get underneath the splitter. But his velocity was back up 95 last night. Saw it topping out. If he can get that splitter on a lower plane, along with the fastball on a lower plane, pitching down in the zone, that's going to be a difficult thing to lay off of. Because his splitter is about 7-8 miles slower. If you can get that on a low plane, you just don't have time to react. You kind of have to swing at it. And if you do make contact, you're going to dribble it towards first base. All right, tonight we've got Elder. We've got Ryan. It should be a good one. For those who are not familiar with Joe Ryan, 8-4 with a 2.98 ERA, 0.91 whip. What does that mean? It means folks just don't get on base. 93 innings pitched, 70 hits, 15 walks. So in 93.2 innings, or 93.2 or 93 2/3, however you want to say it. I kind of jumbled it together. He has allowed 85 honest base runners. Now, Elder's been really good himself. By the way, it's kind of weird. Both of them are in that 90 range because Elder has 90 even. They've both given up 8 home runs. So, and that's not an alarming rate in today's baseball. You're talking about essentially a little less than 1 home run a game. And if you can keep batters off base, which these guys are doing, hopefully it's a solo shot in Elder's case, and away you go. Elder has been a little bit less on the strikeout and a little bit more on the walk. So he's given up 76 hits in 90 innings. He's put 24 guys on base. But you still love that he's got a 3-to-1 strikeout ratio. Considering his average, he gets around 5 to 6 strikeouts a game and walks 1 or 2. And I think that's always going to be the case with Elder. He's not going to be a big strikeout pitcher, but he will walk a guy here and there because he tries to live down in the zone, tries to get you to bang that sinker. And there's going to be times where he's just not on it. And what's funny about Elder is that typically when this is the kind of stuff that you don't see in the statistics, but just doing the games, I'm very aware of this. When he misses, he normally misses for an entire at bat. Like, it's nothing for him to go out there, walk a guy 4 consecutive pitches, and then buckle back down somehow with no one coming out there and yapping to him. And he'll throw a perfect sinker for someone to bang into a double play and we get out of the inning. So that's how he normally gets out of it. Very reliant on the sinker that leads to strikeouts. It also leads to double plays. And tonight, I would just assume that we're going to get another pretty low-scoring game. I think the Braves' bats will come alive to a degree, but I'm not going to go crazy in the prediction tonight. The over-under tonight is 9. And this is a little bit of wishful thinking, but I'm going for it. We have a pretty healthy bullpen. We have Bryce Elder, who has been the ace on the team. If you look at top to bottom, how he has performed, it hasn't really wavered. He has not had a bad stretch like Strider's had. He hasn't been on the IL like Max Fried. And, of course, Wright. He's been really consistent. So I kind of suspect he's going to go 6 and give up, I'm going to say 1 run. And we're going to have the bullets to slam the door shut. Give me the Braves. I'm going to say that they get Ryan out of the game. Now, here's the thing, and this is the one reason why I'm going a little higher. If this had not just happened, I would be like, I don't know about this. But here's the thing with Joe Ryan. The last time that he came out, he threw a complete game shutout against the Boston Red Sox, who have a pretty good offense. He went 9. He struck out 9. No walks. Fantastic game. And normally you'd say, well, what the hell are you doing, man? No. He has thrown some pretty good games in the past. He's came out the next time out. He's given up some runs. Now, right before that Boston game, he gave up 6 at home versus the Tigers. So we just saw how the Tigers' offense isn't exactly explosive. He gave up 3 through 6 before that. Went 6 and gave up 2 before that. 4 on the road and gave up 5 in Houston. Went pretty well against the Angels, but I don't think the Angels' offense really is. If you can work around Trout and Ohtani, you really don't have anything to worry about with that Angels' offense realistically. So most of his games that he's gone deep and he's pitched well have been at home, and they've been against teams that are on the outside looking into the playoffs right now. Boston's offense is decent, but it's not what it's been in the past. You don't take Boston's offense lightly, but the same token, you also you're not worried to go after them. I think the Braves win tonight 6-2. I'm going to take 6-2 tonight because I think Elder goes 6 and gives up 1 somewhere in that neighborhood. And I would think that the bullpen, fully rested, is going to be able to go out there, and you just got to figure every once in a while someone's going to run into one that you don't expect. So that's why I'm hedging my bet on the 2. So they're going to get just below the 9 mark at 6-2, and away we go. But I think the Braves are going to get out there and score some runs. I just don't think it's going to be an onslaught like we saw during the weekend on, in Cincinnati. It's a much different animal. Much different animal. So there you have that. My pick to click tonight. Man, I don't want to go pitchers back to back. I really think Elder's going to have a good one. Let me say that sometime late in the game, from what I saw, give me, you know who's been scuffling and just really hasn't played well, but might come up with a key moment? No, you know what? I'm going to go Michael Harris. I'm going to go with the lefty bat. I'm going to go Michael Harris. I was almost going to go Rosario, but I'm going to go Michael Harris. I think he gets on and does some things. And I also kind of think that he's might be due. We haven't seen him have a great catch in a while, and I think those are random, obviously, but I think one of those are due. Braves Twins, 7:20 first pitch. It's on the way here on Braves Country HD. Please find us today, youtube.com/@Braves Country, or just put in that old search engine, Braves Country HD. Okay, before we leave out of here, we got a couple of clips want to play for you. The first one is Marcell Ozuna being interviewed right after the game, and then you've got the press conference with Brian Snitker post-game from last night.
It's been amazing. He has a good pitcher, and he was good out there, and I just did not get a good pitcher here, and I find it.
What was the celebration? Were you playing the flute?
We got all of them. We got a handshake, and then we're happy, and then funny. We play together, and then we just coming happy and play every day.
Spencer Strider, what do you think about his performance tonight?
He's amazing. He's one of the best in this league, and then hopefully he continue healthy and give it the best for all team, and hopefully he never give up.
Really good. No, I thought his last two have been really, really, really good. And tonight I thought he was probably in one of those modes and rhythm where he could have pitched all night.
Marvel at the power on this team. That's 49 homers now. Is it just, are you almost numb to it, or is it?
Yeah, no, I mean, we've always hit homers, but the thing we're not striking out like we used to. We're a better hitting team now with the power. I think we're maturing as a team and still keeping the power, and just really good at bats. And yeah, I mean, it's like I say, I love the fact that we're not striking out as much. It's a lot easier to live with this when you're not striking out all the time.
What about Heller in that spot?
Awesome. He's been really good. Kind of excited about getting him in there. We had so many guys down that, it kind of forces your hand. It's a tough ride right there. That's a big out in the game, obviously, and a really good hitter. So I was kind of excited to see what was going to happen. He handled it great.
I know it's only 4 appearances, but you've seen some stuff there with him.
Yeah, no, it's something we don't have in the makeup of our bullpen. We don't have that guy with that kind of movement and the velocity and the breaking ball. It could be really good for us if he continues to perform.
I think that's Yates' first save since
pretty cool.
Giving Raziel a rest.
I'm sorry?
You give Iglesias a rest.
Yeah, he was down today. I mean, him, Anderson, Minter, and Tonkin were all down today.
You guys come off a pretty draining series.
Very much so.
You play a game that clean and sharp. What does that tell you when you see them?
How professional these guys are. But you know what? They understand it. But it's another first place team they're a really good team that can really pitch it, and they have good athletes, and it's a strong team. But I don't think our guys ever take anybody lightly. I think they come to work every day and they prepare, and it doesn't happen in your favor all the time, but it's not going to be from lack of preparation or effort or energy or anything like that. But like you say, that was a tough weekend series, and it's really good to, and Spence had a lot to do with that. He kept them off their feet. The innings were clean. We weren't standing around there, for 30 minutes an inning, and I think that has a lot to do with playing a nice, clean game.
Michael continues his hot bat as well. What do you see from him?
Just, he's starting to, like I said, he's amassing at bats and, getting his swing going and timing and the whole thing, I think, is all you're seeing.
All right. We will be back in a flash here on Braves Country today. Braves Country HD on YouTube and 99.1 FM.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Whatever We Have in Stock Are Us, your one-stop place to shop for whatever we happen to have lying around at the time.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch a ball, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive, let's see it. One run is in. Here comes Brave. He's the front of the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're set to bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for the visiting Minnesota Twins, Edouard Julien playing second base. 4 home runs, 8 RBI, a stolen base, and a .261 average. Batting second and playing shortstop, Carlos Correa, 11 homers, 37 RBI, .213 average. And Kirilloff is at first and batting third with 4 homers, 13 RBI, batting .262 on the year. Byron Buxton battling injuries, but he's back as the designated hitter. 13 home runs, 27 RBI, 6 stolen bases, batting .205 on the year. Max Kepler, the right fielder, will be batting fifth. 10 homers, 23 RBI, a .204 average. Lewis is at third with 4 homers, 14 RBI, a stolen base, and a .333 average. Joey Gallo is in left field with 13 home runs, 26 RBI, including a solo shot from last night. He's batting at a .185 clip. Vasquez is behind the plate with 1 homer, 17 RBI, and a .233 average. And Taylor is in center field with 10 homers, 24 RBI, 11 stolen bases, and a .212 average. On the mound for the Minnesota Twins, Joe Ryan, 8-4 with a .298 ERA, .91 whip, 93 2/3 innings thrown this year, 100 strikeouts, 70 hits allowed, just 15 walks, and 8 home runs given up. He'll be going head-to-head with Bryce Elder for your Atlanta Braves. He's 5-1 on the year with a 2.4 ERA, a 1.11 whip, 90 innings pitched, 76 hits allowed, 75 strikeouts versus 24 walks, and 8 home runs given up. Coming to the mound for your Atlanta Braves in the bottom of the first inning, it'll be Ronald Acuna Jr. Now with 17 home runs on the year, 49 RBI, 35 stolen bases, and a .328 average. Batting second, playing second, Ozzie Albies, 18 homers, 55 RBI, 6 stolen bases, and a .262 average. Austin Riley batting third, playing third, 13 home runs, 38 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting .265 on the season. And Matt Olson, 25 home runs, leading the National League, just 1 behind Shohei Ohtani for the Major League lead. 60 RBI, 1 stolen base, and a .237 average. Sean Murphy is behind the plate tonight, 12 homers, 43 RBI, and a .290 average. And Marcell Ozuna is your designated hitter, coming in with 16 homers, 37 RBI, and a .245 average. Eddie Rosario is in left field, 13 home runs, 37 RBI, a stolen base, and a .271 average. And Orlando Arcia batting 8th and playing short with 6 homers, 26 RBI, a stolen base, coming in with a .314 clip. And batting .260 on the year and patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves, Michael Harris II with 6 homers, 21 RBI, and 8 stolen bases. Umpires tonight behind home plate, Todd Titchener. At the first base line, it'll be Tom Hanahan. Second base umpire, David Rackley. And down the third base line, it's Alex Tosi. We're here live in Truist Park, Atlanta, Georgia. First pitch scheduled for 7:20 Eastern in front of up to 41,149 chopping fans from Braves country. Braves come in 51-27 on the year, 25-15 at home. Twins are 40-40 and 17-21 on the road. Atlanta is minus 155 on the money line. The over-under is 9 runs. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves Twins. Game 2 as your Atlanta Braves go for the series win. Get your game face on, Braves country. Country. Hectic night getting ready for this one, but I think I'm set and ready to go. The Minnesota Twins are coming to the plate in their prison grays again with those stripes on it. Atlanta Braves will be in their home whites top to bottom. Braves on the front, tomahawk underneath. And all in red with the numerals red on the back, along with the Navy names in Navy on the back. Braves with their Navy hats with the red bill and the white A, the classic look for your Atlanta Braves. I think all in all, the preferred look. We're just about ready. It's about that time, and it's baseball time in Braves country. The first pitch on the way is a strike right there at the knees. It's 0-1. Welcome in, Braves country. Please like and subscribe today. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and bangs a plate. Foul. 0-2. Braves nothing. Twins nothing. We're just getting started here. The 0-2 pitch from Elder to the lefty Julian. Check swing foul. We'll do it again. It's 0-2. Hope you're having a great time. Great night, a great Tuesday night, Braves country, as the Atlanta Braves and Minnesota Twins. Braves can win another series, then get the win tonight. Tough right-hander on the mound for the Twins. The 0-2 pitch. Inside 90 miles an hour. Brushes him back a bit. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Swing and hits it high in the sky. Can someone get to it? Eddie's fighting the sun, but he'll make the catch in left field for out number 1. So we're off and running here in Braves country and the Atlanta Braves. Hope to go out there and get another W. That'll bring Carlos Correa to the plate. You'll notice the lineup's a little different from last night. The first pitch on the way, swinging. That ball is ripped into left field, down for a base hit. There's 1 on and 1 out. Absent from the lineup last night was Byron Buxton. Really makes a difference in the look of their lineup. Their lineup's a lot deeper with Buxton in the lineup. Able to put Correa back up at the top. He was the first pitch swinging. He absolutely scalded that ball on the ground, a 1 hopper. Trying to get the... Here we go. I apologize. This is the new one, and I'm still getting used to it. I do apologize. Righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way, and it is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Thanks for the great news there, Underwater. The 0-1 pitch. Rocks and fires in the dirt, taken all the way. Gets away from Murphy, but Correa will stay put. 1-1. Hopefully the Red Sox can get to Alcantara. He's given up quite a few runs, especially on the road this year. The 1-1 pitch. Elder rocks and fires. Misses outside, 2-1. The Braves are 6.5 in front of Miami, 10.5 of Philadelphia, 16 in front of the Mets, and 21 in front of Washington. The 2-1 pitch on the way, down and low, ball 3, 3-1. Standing on deck is Byron Buxton. He hails from just outside the Atlanta area. Signed a long-term deal with the Twins extension last year. The 3-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is banged down the third baseline. Just foul. Thankfully, because if it's fair, it's trouble. We had nobody over there. They have Austin Riley playing essentially in a shortstop position, and the shift is on. And you could tell Kirilloff was purposely trying to just dribble it that way. It would have been at least 2 bases for both runners. 1 on, 1 out, the payoff pitch. Swung on. That ball is roasted down the right field line. Fair ball. Correa comes around second, heading to third. They're going to put the brakes on him, and it's runners on first and second, and just 1 out. Rocky beginning for Bryce Elder. He tomahawked that ball past the Olsen. Olsen had no shot. He was bouncing off the bag as you normally would to try to give yourself a little more range, having to play so close when you're holding the runner. Basically, the ball went right back to where Olsen had originally stood. So that'll bring Buxton to the plate, and the first pitch to Buxton is a breaking ball right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Buxton, 205. He's got some pop in his bat. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, just off the plate, dived off the side of it, and it's 0-2. Good pitch by Elder. If he can get that one going tonight, we might be in pretty good shape. Runners on second and third. Just one away. The 0-2 pitch off the plate. Buxton takes it all the way. 1-2. Buxton, one of the more talented five-tool players in Major League Baseball, but he has been hit with the injury bug his entire career. Once again, has battled injuries this year. One of the reasons why they have him in the designated hitter role. The 1-2 pitch. Inside, ball 2. So after getting ahead 0-2, Murphy and Elder are nibbling, and they've run the count back even at 2-2. Standing on deck is the third baseman, Lewis. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball is hit deep into the hole, and it's off the glove of Arcia. That'll be an error. E6 on Orlando Arcia. And a run comes in. It's 1-0 Minnesota. Should have been a playable ball by Orlando. Backhanded it and just kind of gaffed it. He proves that once and for all he is human. So E6, the good news is the runner on second stayed put. So we do have the force play at all three bags here. Kepler comes to the plate. I do apologize. I think I said Lewis. It was Kepler that was on deck. Kepler takes the first pitch for a ball outside. It's 1-0. Max Kepler, 204 on the year, 10 home runs, 23 RBI, a 691 OPS. Been with the Twins organization for quite some time. The 1-0 pitch swung on. It's a comebacker to the mound. Elder fires it over to second, and it's going to be a 1-6-3 double play to end the inning. All right, Braves Country, we'll be back in a flash. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball.
It's just unfortunate because I think it got blown out of proportion. It's just friendly, competitive banter. But I guarantee you, if you were to mic both dugouts, you're going to hear certain things that, people could take offense to. But for me, didn't mean anything by it. Honestly, like Francisco got a hanging slider, I got a hanging slider, and I asked him nicely to throw another one to Danny. And it's just friendly, competitive banter.
Armchair.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country Baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
You play to win the game.
The idea of going to the ballpark, say in 1900, was that the urban masses would get a taste of country pastoral air, that they would breathe in, that their lungs would expand by cheering. Baseball grew in the cities. It is an outgrowth of gambling. It's an outgrowth of crookedness. It's an outgrowth of drinking. It's a roistering, boisterous event. It is as wild as the Wild West.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves. Well, they're going to send Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate. Acuna heading towards the dish. Slams his bat on the ground to lose the weight attached, and he's got that bright yellow leg guard that he usually dons. Set to face Joe Ryan, 8-4 with a 2.98.91 whip, 2.03 ERA. I'm actually fairly familiar with him. We've got a Dynasty Baseball League that we've been doing for quite some time, and he's on my roster. But not tonight, he's not. First pitch on the way to Acuna. Swung on, and that ball is belted high and deep. Going back on the track, over the wall. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Rama-lama, ding-dong. A solo blast sends Ronald Acuna Jr. around the bases, 406 happy feet. The bullpen is chopping. The fans are chopping. And the Braves have tied it up 1-1. Love the addition of the Braves bullpen out there coming out and doing the chop with the little rubber. Or actually, I think those are the other. Well, a couple of them are the rubber. A couple of them are the foam tomahawks. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is up high for a strike. It's 0-1. Ronald Acuna Jr. getting us tied up. That's a relief. First pitch on the way to, or the 0-1 pitch on the way to Ozzie, swung on, foul back. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch, swing and pops it up. Will it stay in play? It will not. It'll bend it out of reach. Do it again at 0-2. Brewers and Mets are just underway. It's 0-0 in Queens. The 0-2 pitch. Inside. Man, that was a close one to take. I don't think Ozzie had a choice. He was kind of leaning out, and that ball handcuffed him. If he swings, he was going to be out anyway, so might as well take it and hope for the best. We got the benefit of the doubt on that one. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball is drilled into the gap. It's going to get down where the green grass grows, up against the wall. Ozzie's headed for second. Will they send him to third? They will send him to third, and he is all the way around with the triple. How about it? Not sure why that didn't load, so we'll try this again. Good piece of hitting by Ozzie Albies. He absolutely hammered that ball. And it's funny. You look at the way they had that defense played as the first pitch on the way to Riley is sawed off back behind home plate. It's 0-1. Braves have tied it up 1-1, bottom of one. Singles are wild, aren't they normally? One strike, one on. The 1-1 count now as the pitch is in the dirt. So you got a runner on third, a 1-1 count. Game is tied at 1 apiece. But what I was going to say about the outfield defense you don't normally see with Ozzie up is the 1-1 is on the way and swing, and that ball is blasted high and deep. It's going back. Jackpot, baby. Austin Riley with light tower power, and it is 3-0 your Atlanta Braves. 417 happy feet over the wall. 110 miles an hour off the scalding bat of the rake, and the Braves lead it 3-1. How about that? I might be dangerously wrong about my score prediction. I thought this was going to be a fairly low-scoring game, but Ryan, you wonder, I brought this up in the pregame, but as the first pitch on the way to Olsen is down and in, it's 1-0. I wondered what that effect would have. He went a complete game just 5 days ago. The 1-0 to Olson, swing and a miss up top. It's 1-1. And in today's game, guys don't normally go 9 innings. They normally give them an extra couple of days rest. They didn't really do that for Ryan this time. The 1-1 pitch, up and in, 2-1. We might be seeing the effects of it right now. He's been kind of getting way too much of the plate. The 2-1 pitch, swing, and that ball's banged foul off the ground. It's 2-2. And with a guy like Ryan, who normally goes deep into games, normally you'll see him go 6 innings. You'll see him pitch pretty well. But the one constant that he's had is when they get to him, it's early. The 2-2 misses outside, ball 3-3 until still nobody out, and a full count to the cleanup hitter, Matt Olson. Good to see Austin Riley knock one out. Get his back really going. The 3-2 pitch, swing, and fouls it back. Do it again at 3-2. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Olson out in front of that one. So 1 down, and Sean Murphy will come to the plate. Murphy has 12 home runs now and a .290 average. The first pitch on the way to Murph is swung on. He roasts it down the third base line. Foul. It's 0-1. Braves 3, Twins 1. If you're just joining us, home runs solo shot by Ronald Acuna Jr. and a 2-run blast by Riley. In between that, a triple by Ozzie Albies. The 0-1 is in the dirt. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch down below the knees, ball 2, 2-1. So you got a 2-1 count to Murphy. 3 runs are in. Braves would love to tack on a few more in this first inning. Give Elder some breathing room. The 2-1 on the way from Ryan. Swing, and that ball is hit high and deep. It's going back on the track. Back-to-back jacks. Is that a fact? That's a fact. Braves lead at 4-1. 13th homer of the year, 44th RBI, 445 happy feet over the wall and through the woods. To grandmother's house we go. 108 miles an hour off the bat. It's 4-1. Your Atlanta Braves. Holy cow, is he getting a lot of the plate. The one by Acuna, I would say, was not a terrible pitch. Acuna grabbed it on the outer part of the plate and drove it. The 3, if you count the triple to Ozzie, the last 3 batters, he has just been throwing meatballs up there. They got to go out there and talk to him now. Calm him down a little bit. Ryan's been in the league for a hot minute, but you got to give a guy a chance, at least with today's baseball and the pitch clock, you got to give him a chance to at least catch his breath. Ryan, 27-year-old, born in San Francisco, California, drafted by the Rays. First pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna, misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Joe Ryan came up with Minnesota back in 2021. The 1-0 pitch to the Bear, just outside, grabs the corner, 1-1. Marcell Ozuna with the game-winning RBI last night with the solo shot, his 16th of the year. He's got an 825 OPS now, the 1-1. Inside, ball 2, 2-1. Braves 4, Twins 1, bottom of the first inning. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Off the plate, it's 2-2. Yeah, I'm not counting the out by Olsen. I saw the comment, Colin. Elas. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. So Ozuna's down on strikes. And that'll bring up the bat of Eddie Rosario. Strange inning for Ryan. He has struck out 2 and given up 4. 3. First pitch on the way to Rosario is inside for a ball. It's now they're going to call that a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss inside, 1-1. How about this? We went back to back jacks, sprinkled in by triples and strikeouts. The 0-2 pitch swung on and fouled down the line. Do it again. It's 0-2. Eddie Rosario, 13 home runs on the year. His OPS is up above 800, 830. It's where you tend to want to see Major League Baseball's OPS nowadays. It's 800 and above. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. So how about that? He gives up 3 home runs and a triple, but strikes out the side. We'll be back in a flash. Braves 4, Twins 1.
Oh, I got your coffee.
Oh, okay. Let me,
Nah, it's on me. Oh, man. Okay, listen, guys, I'm going to be late. I'll see you, okay?
Yeah.
Bye.
You see what just happened here?
What?
She treated me to the Arabian mocha java.
And you misinterpret this how?
She's sticking it to me that she makes more money than me.
I'm sure she was just being nice, buying you the coffee.
No, not nice. She's sticking it to me.
You're crazy.
Sticking it to me, Jerry.
George.
Sticking it!
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Because we've been playing it fundamentally the same way for so long, the way that we can find the benchmarks that cross generations and cross decades is to be able to use these statistics as if they were labels. They aren't numbers. 300 hitter is not a number. A 300 hitter is a tag that means something today, as it did in 1930, as it did in 1890. So the statistics become a means by which we can connect to the permanence. I can make that comparison with my father, who could have made it with his father, on that common language of statistics.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Just want to give you all a heads up. We've got a really bad storm in my area, and we'll see what happens. But if the power goes out, that's if I lose you, it's because the power went out. The wind is whipping around here. It looks like it may miss us, but it is bending trees around here. So back to the action. Braves lead at 4-1 after 3 home runs by Ronald Acuna Jr., Austin Riley, and Sean Murphy in the first inning. Braves gave up 1 themselves, and Bryce Elder's going to go back to work and try to settle the troops down. Let's get rolling here. First pitch on the way from Elder is right there for a strike at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. He'll face Royce Lewis, 333 average, 4 home runs, 14 RBI. The 0-1 is right there for a strike. It's 0-2. Royce Lewis, 24 years old, as the 0-2 pitch is in the dirt. 1-2. Debuted with Minnesota last year. Hails from California. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. That thing fell off the table and kept nibbling towards the dugout. Royce had no chance on that one. You almost feel sorry for someone who gets a pitch like that. That pitch was heading towards the edge of the strike zone, and just before it got to the plate, it turned left at Albuquerque. Unfair. First pitch on the way to Gallo swung on. He belts that into left center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Thought it had a little more distance, so I thought it might get to the wall, but it kind of died in an errant throw by Rosario. Goes, my word almighty. So here's what's happening. Rosario has a terrible throw to the infield, kind of a sloppy half-ass throw to the infield. That ball gets away, and they try to throw out Gallo, who's hustling to second, and then that ball gets away. It almost gets to the wall. Thankfully, Acuna was awake and stops the ball from going to the wall, or Gallo would have scored. He's standing on third. So 2 errors in one play on a single to left field. I was just about to say commend Rosario for going over there hustling and cutting it off, and instead he caused a disaster. First pitch on the way to Christian Vasquez is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Vasquez, been in the league for quite a bit, 32 years old. You might remember him from his days at the Boston Red Sox. The 0-1 pitch down below the knees, taken for a ball. Evens up the count at 1-1. Vasquez has 1 home run, 17 RBI, 601 OPS. He's really known for his defense because he's had some clutch hits in the playoffs in the past years with Boston. The 1-1 pitch in the dirt, 2-1. So Elder trying to get Vasquez to swing at the ball, swing at the breaking pitch in the dirt. Vasquez not biting. Braves 4, Twins 1, but Minnesota has a runner on third and 1 out. The 2-1 pitch in the dirt again, ball 3, 3-1. So the Braves appear to be pitching around Vasquez. They might be thinking to walk him to set up the double play, but the man on deck is the center fielder, Michael Taylor. We remember him from his days at the Washington Nationals. He can fly. So I don't know if that's the best strategy, but we'll see how it works out. The 3-1 pitch, swing and a miss. This time he went for that breaking pitch. It's 3-2. Trying to double up one of the faster outfielders in the game. It's a bold move, Cotton. We'll see how it turns out. So runner on third, 1 out, the full count, wind up and swing and a miss, strike 3. He finally got that breaking pitch to not go in the dirt. It may be so obvious. That last pitch was very close to the one that he struck out the first batter in this inning on, where it just kind of dives off the plate at the last moment. The first strikeout, which was much more impressive, but that was much more needed. So now he'll face Michael Taylor's batting .212, right-handed batter, righty-righty matchup. The first pitch that breaking pitch right there at the knees. It's 0-1. Bryce Elder, how about this? Opponent's batting average 115 with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt. Losing a handle on that breaking pitch from time to time. It's 1-1. Baltimore leads Cincinnati 1-0. They pounded the Reds yesterday. I guarantee you the Reds were as flat as the Braves were last night, and they had to travel. Braves had to travel, but at least they got to sleep in their own beds. The 1-1 pitch. Right there for a strike. Painting the inside corner for strike number 2. So a 1-2 count to Taylor. 32-year-old from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, played for the Nationals in the last couple of years with Kansas City. Check swing. Bang foul down the first base line. We'll do it again. It's 1-2. Taylor's always been one of the more fundamentally sound defensive players. Good base runner. Has never had a great stick, but he came up with some big hits in his career with Washington, especially the championship season. He's carved himself out a pretty good career, all considering. The 1-2 pitch swung on, popped up, can of corn. Austin Riley makes the catch around the 45-yard line, and that'll end the inning. We'll come back in a flash. Arcia, Harris, and Acuna on the way.
I'm here to tell you one thing. You ever go whining to the big man again about between you and me, we'll have a problem, my friend.
Big news and the big games covered in the Big Ten by the Armchair quarterbacks all year long.
Third down and about 22. As Smith drops the throw, he's got his tight end open, but he's got Carter downfield, and he's gone. Michigan leads the game with a first touchdown on a bullet, a bomb to Carter, 71 yards. There he goes. So long. Ohio State, touchdown. That's that old 1-2 punch. You take two of the first time and then have it a second time.
In his career, Lorenzo White 15 times rushed for 100 yards in a half. 5 of those this season.
Long throw to Ryson, and he's open. All the way to the 6-yard line.
Big Ten football covered in the Southeast by the Armchair quarterbacks.
In the 1906 World Series, the Cubs were heavily favored to beat their crosstown rivals, the Chicago White Sox, called the Hitless Wonders, because the team averaged just .230 and hit only 7 home runs all season. But no one had counted on the superb pitching of White Sox ace Ed Walsh, master of the spitball.
Big Ed Walsh? Oh, brother. You talk about spitballs. I think that the ball disintegrated and got back together when the catcher got hold of it. I think when it went past the plate, it was just spit going by.
Ed Walsh totally overpowered the Cubs. He pitched a masterful 2-hit shutout to win the 3rd game and then went on to win the 5th. The Hitless Wonders had won the World Series.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Catching up, reading some of y'all's comments in the break. Y'all are cracking me up. I didn't see you sneak in there, 4-putt. How are you tonight? Braves lead at 4-1. Peterson is up to 50 pitches. The Mets pitches through the 3rd inning. Strider would have had that through 1 1/3. First pitch on the way to Arcia swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Welcome in, Winter Lightning. If y'all haven't done it yet, please hit that like button. Braves Country Baseball. The 0-1 pitch off the plate wide. It's 1-1. We always bring at least 4. This week we are bringing 6 games to you. Possibly the 1-1 pitch right there at the knees for a strike. It's 1-1. Or 1-2. I'm sorry, 5 games, possibly the 6th. The 6th will at least have the chat up. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Grounder right back to the mound. Arcia kind of reached for it, and it was a dribbler. 1-3 put out on the play. 1 down. Baltimore leads Cincinnati 1-0. San Diego and Pittsburgh, they're tied at 3 apiece in the 3rd. So Joe Ryan looking to settle down after giving up 3 home runs and a triple, 4 runs in the first inning. Michael Harris will come to the plate, and the first pitch to him is 92 on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Joe Ryan himself is up to 34 pitches. One out here in the first. The 0-1 swing and a miss. It's 0-2. O2 pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball is hammered high and deep. The only question is, will it go over or under or through the chop house, baby? It's 5-1, your Atlanta Braves. 7th home run of the year, 438 happy feet. Michael Harris II hit it into the deck of the chop house, and the Braves lead it by 4. Joe Ryan does not have it working tonight. That was a hanger. I know this is beating a dead horse at this point, but you got to wonder if him going 9 innings his last time has had an effect on him tonight, because he has not looked like the Joe Ryan that has been all year long. First pitch on the way to Acuna, who's 1-for-1 with the home run, is a check swing strike. It's 0-1. Ronald Acuna Jr., righty-righty matchup. The 0-1 pitch. Up high, 1-1. Braves lead Major League Baseball in first, second, and 8th inning scoring. If you ask me, those might be the most important innings to outscore folks. The 1-1 pitch down below the knees. Looked like inside, but called a strike. It's 1-2. Acuna didn't like it. He called a timeout. So a 1-2 count to Acuna. He climbs back in the box. The wind up the pitch, high and out of the zone. It's 2-2. Ronald Acuna now batting .330 on the year. Right now, if the votes went out today, he'd be your National League MVP. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swing! And that ball is whistled back to the backstop. He just missed that one. We'll do it again at 2-2. He hit that ball and it right on the screws, and it just underneath it went straight back to the backstop. Anytime you see that, you know the guy just missed a home run. The 2-2 pitch in the dirt, ball 3-2. Braves 5, Twins 1, bottom of the second inning. Ozzie Albies standing on deck. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Swing! And that ball is popped up. Ronald Acuna Jr. is waving his arm, doing, what was his name? The old Yaz bit where he's waving his arm, telling it to go foul, as it was popped up high. It went plenty foul. Looked like towards the upper deck. That home run ball hit into the top part of the chop house as the 3-2 pitch is swung on foul back out of play. Do it again at 3-2. And I guess it's stuck in between where one of the signs and the lights are. And there's a guy down there face down trying to get the baseball. His arm's never going to reach. You're never going to get there, man. But it's a valiant effort. The 3-2 pitch. Swing! And that ball is roasted down the left field line. Bingo, bango! That's the name of home run number 2. Ronald Acuna Jr. just belted that ball down the line. His second homer of the night, his 19th homer of the season, 361 feet down the line. Barely got down fair, but it was scalded. And it's 6-1, your Atlanta Braves. How about that? How about that? Ronald Acuna Jr. absolutely ripped that one. So that'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. He's 1-for-1 with a triple. He's first pitch swinging. That ball is going to get down the line. Foul. Will someone get there? They will not. Joey Gallo tries to make a valiant effort to go ahead and slide into it, but right in front of him, it falls. Foul territory. It's 0-1. What a wild game this has been for the Atlanta Braves bats. Ronald Acuna Jr. with 2 solo shots tonight. I love him hitting leadoff, but can you imagine if he didn't hit leadoff? So many more of his home runs would have RBIs attached to them. So that's one way to keep Ronald Acuna Jr. from stealing on you. Just give him a home run. The 0-1 pitch on the way to Ozzie, inside 92, just misses off the paint. It's 1-1. Braves 6, Twins 1. The 1-1 pitch, swing, and fouls it back out of play. We'll do it again. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Ryan lets it fly. Check swing. Did he go around? They're going to check down the line. He did not. So it evens up the count at 2-2. It's a hard one, high and inside. Well out of the zone, but the biggest question was, had Ozzie committed? The 2-2 pitch to Oz. Swing, and that ball is hit down the first baseline, right into the glove of AK. He'll stand on the bag, and there's 2 away. Braves 6, Twins 1. And another man who's already hit a home run. Austin Riley comes to the plate. He's 1-for-1 with a 2-run shot. First pitch on the way to Austin is a strike there, right there at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch on the way. Swung on and grounded over towards past the mound. Ryan's going to try to throw off his back foot. He'll never get him. Riley beats out the infield single. And the beat goes on. The inning goes on. Joe Ryan is up to 52 pitches, by the way. He was really the only one that had a chance to make that play. The infield was played well back because of Riley's power. Riley beat that throw out by, we'll say, a half step or so. Pretty good effort by Ryan, but he never had a chance. They're going to go out and talk to Ryan. Apologize for the pause there. The flash of lightning come by. That'll wake you up. So far, so good. But if we lose you, that's what happened. We'll come back on as soon as we were to get reestablished. So that'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Olson, he's 0-for-1. The first pitch on the way is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Brandon Nimmo has hit a home run for the New York Mets versus the Brewers. They lead at 1-0 there in the 4th. The 1-0 pitch, man, low and wide, but he gave him a strike. It's 1-1. That's that same area that Acuna was complaining about. The 1-1 pitch, high and out of the zone. And good Lord Almighty, 1-2. They called it a high strike, a low strike outside. The 1-2 pitch from Ryan. Swing and ball foul tipped out of the glove of the hind catcher, Vasquez. Olson stays alive. It's 1-2. If you're going to give a guy an 18 and 19 inch plate, you can't have the zone north and south that high as well. The 1-2 pitch, swing, and just got a piece of that to stay alive. Good job by Olson. We'll do it again at 1-2. You can only cover so much of the plate. The 1-2 pitch on the way, right there at the knees, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. Not before your Atlanta Braves put 6 on the board. It's 6-1. We head to the third.
Going back to that last inning, 9th inning, what are the emotions like entering that inning?
Well, emotions are go in, win. I heard a fan offer free Dippin' Dots if I blew it, which the price of Dippin' Dots with inflation is just unreal. So for a brief moment, I was like, damn, Dippin' Dots sound good. But also I thought in the back of my head, we win today, we win tomorrow, or tonight. We're going to be here another day. That's more per diem. So that means I can buy my own Dippin' Dots.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
I think Stengel is the most interesting man, except for Ruth, who ever appeared in baseball. Unfortunately, his myth has become that of the clown, the man who talked Stengelese, double talk. He knew more about the game than anyone I ever talked to. He was the smartest man. I think he had tremendous basic intelligence, not much education. He barely got through high school. But he had this intuitive intelligence. He would look at things, and he would see things, and he would sense things. And sometimes the things came out. He's the man who said, there's a time in every man's life, and I've had plenty of them. And that's a marvelous expression, says it.
And his distinctive way with language gave rise to a new word, Stengelese. All right, he once said, everybody line up alphabetically according to your height. I made up my mind, but I made it up both ways. Most people my age are dead at the present time.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves. Atlanta Braves lead at 6-1. We head to the top of the third inning. Bryce Elder will go back to work. The top of the order of the Minnesota Twins. Julian comes to the plate, and the first pitch is a swing and a miss strike on the changeup. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch on the way, just downstairs. Good take, 1-1. The 1-1 delivery. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Right there at the knees. The 1-2 pitch on the way to Julian, misses high. 91, evens up the count at 2-2. San Fran and Toronto, they're scoreless in the fourth. The 2-2 pitch down below the knees. So Elder once again runs the count full. Leadoff batter. While Miami leads Boston 3-1. Make that 4-1. The 3-2 pitch on the way, swing and bangs it off the plate, 3-2. Mets lead the Brewers 2-0. Julio Teheran on the mound for Milwaukee tonight. The 3-2 pitch on the way, misses way high inside. He walks the leadoff runner on a 6-1 lead. So one thing you don't want to do when you got that big lead, you got to go after, got to be aggressive. The only thing that's going to hurt him at this point are the big innings. So that'll bring Carlos Correa to the plate. He takes a swing at the first pitch, and it fouls it straight back. It's 0-1. Carlos Correa, 1 for 1. He scored a single in the first and scored a run. The 0-1 from Elder. Swing, and that ball's hammered down the left field line into the glove of Rosario just before the warning track for out number 1. So 1 down, and that'll bring Kirilloff to the plate. He's 1 for 1. Alex Kirilloff already asked for time. You don't see that very often. He was batting his eyes. I don't know if he got something in his eyes, but he asked for time the moment he stepped to the plate. He's making that face like someone just woke him up in the middle of a bar at 2:30 in the morning. Like, where am I? First pitch on the way is off the plate and down. It's 1-0. One of those, did I go out tonight? What's going on? Why am I here? Byron Buxton's standing on deck. The 1-0 pitch in the dirt, and ball gets away. Murphy can't keep up with it. It landed literally between his feet, but he kicked around a couple of times, couldn't figure out where it was, and the runner ran down to second while he was trying to find where the ball went. It went off of his glove and into the umpire's leg, and by the time Murphy figured out where it was, the runner had taken off. Corsulian with good speed, one of the reasons why he is their leadoff hitter. The 2-0 pitch misses again, and ball 3-0. Bryce Elder at 47 pitches here. Top of the third inning. The 3-0 to Kirilloff misses way out of the zone, ball 4. So he's walked 2 of the first 3 batters he's faced. Kind of a rocky beginning to the third inning. You'd think someone would get up off their keister and go talk to him. Murphy's going to take care of it. I mean, I don't know if Snit knows this, but he's on TV quite a bit. And they should have shown that man digging in his nose about 3 times in the last 30 seconds. So that'll bring up Byron Buxton. I mean, you got to get the designated bat boy or something to stand in front of you when that's going on, right? Byron Buxton comes to the plate. Runners on first and second, 1 out. The first pitch on the way inside, almost hits Byron, and it's 1-0. So whatever Murphy said to him didn't settle him down. Now we got runners on first and second, 1 out. Braves have a 6-1 lead, but a hot spot here, the 1-0 pitch. Inside ball 2-0. Elder struggling to find the zone. Braves are playing the infield to pull a little bit. Buxton still has good speed even with the injuries. The 2-0 pitch right there for a strike. He was taken all the way 2-1. I can't figure the Twins logo. They've gone to this M with the start of it, and it looks so much like the Miami Marlins logo. It's weird. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 2-2. Obviously, the M standing for Minnesota, but for years, they had that TC that stood for, the Twin Cities, and they went to this M, and it looks so much like and they use the same M, essentially, that the Miami Marlins use, so it looks just like Miami's M. They have not done well in the uniform department. The 2-2 pitch, 2 on, 1 out. Swing, and that ball's hit high and deep into left field. Camping underneath it is Eddie Rosario, and he'll throw this one into the infield, and it'll be on the money, so the runners will stay in place, and there's 2 away. little surprised Julian didn't try to tag, but then again, when you're down 6-1, what are you gaining from that? Rosario kind of flipped it in there off his back foot. Any kind of decent tag would have easily moved up at least one of the runners, if not two. So 2 down, and Kepler comes to the plate. First pitch on the way to him is swung on and lifted down the left field line. Just fouled, and I mean just fouled down the left field line. Rosario had no chance to get to it, slicing foul and quickly. And it fell 5 feet to the left of the line. If that thing falls in, it's going to be at least 2 runs. Runners will retreat back to the bags. With 2 outs, they were going on contact. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and rifle back up the middle off of Elder's glove, and he's actually going to get an assist. It'll be, in my book, a 1-6-3 put out to end the inning. We'll be back in a flash.
They're yelling and yelling, and then one day, they're all gone.
What about your side? Your cousin Henny. She was sickly from the moment I met her.
Don't you talk about Henny!
I guess you two are the lucky ones.
So far.
Frank, if Aunt Baby were alive today, how old would she be?
She'd never make it.
Pitch to Ozuna. Swung on and blasted. Deep to left field, forget about it. 2-run homer, Marcell Ozuna. And the Braves with a 5 spot on the board here in the top of the 10th inning. Ozuna with his 14th home run of the season.
What's that? They're going to stop in the middle of the third baseline and do
Ozuna
a hand.
just now steps on a home
joke.
plate.
Ron Washington, that's just not professional. Stop in the middle of the third baseline so they can do a little hand dance.
Got him! Got him!
Armchair.
In 1856, a British-born music teacher and enthusiastic cricketer named Henry Chadwick saw the Knickerbockers play the New York Gotham and became an instant convert to baseball. Chadwick developed the box score, wrote and edited the most popular players' manual, and launched one of the first baseball columns, covering the Knickerbockers and their challengers, the Gothams, Eagles, Empires, Excelsiors, and Atlantics, in the pages of the New York Clipper. And he began keeping comparative statistics so that he could measure one player's performance against another.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball, Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball, the Atlanta Braves and the Minnesota Marlins. 6-1 Atlanta. Sean Murphy will come to the plate. Murphy 1 for 1 with a solo shot. You can rinse and repeat that for a few of the Braves tonight. Atlanta Braves have hit early and often, 4 home runs. First pitch on the way to Murphy is swung on and grounded over towards third. Just foul, thankfully, for a long strike 1. Murph probably would have been dead meat. Doesn't run that well, has catcher speed, and kind of stumbled out of the box. So 0-1 pitch. Murph lets it fly, and fastball misses off the edge. It's 1-1. If you're just joining us, we'll get into the scoring here in a second, how we got to 6-1. Joe Ryan going back to work. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it back. It's 1-2. If you're just joining us, the Atlanta Braves, top of the first inning, home runs. A solo shot by Acuna, a 2-run shot by Riley after a triple by Ozzie. The 1-2 pitch on the way, swung on and bang foul down the line. We'll do it again at 1-2. And then Murphy with another solo shot. So a strange inning for Joe Ryan. He gave up 3 home runs, 4 runs in total, but struck out the side. He gave up 2 more in the second inning as the 1-2 pitch is on the way. Inside, ball 2, 2-2. In the second inning, Michael Harris and Ronald Acuna Jr. went back-to-back. That's how we got here. The 2-2 pitch on the way, swing and a miss, strike 3. Ryan took a little something off of that one. Murphy just over the top. Looked like his splitter for out number 1. So 1 down, and Marcell Ozuna will come to the plate. First pitch on the way to Ozuna is grounded foul down the line. It's 0-1. Ozuna 0 for 1 with the strikeout in the first. The 0-1 from Ryan lets it fly. Swing and fouls it out of play. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Down and away, it's 1-2. I think that weather scare has passed us, so hopefully smooth sailing from here. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Ryan lets it go. Way outside, ball 2, 2-2. So good at bat so far by Marcell, running that pitch count up. Ryan, by the way, is at 68 pitches. We're here in the third inning. The 2-2 pitch, swing, and that ball is roasted into right field. A worm burner under the glove of AK, and it's a 1-out single by the Bear. How about that? It's almost like a cue shot. Fastball on the outer edge of the plate. He just shot putted it past the diving first base glove of Kirilloff. So 1 out and 1 on. And Eddie Rosario comes to the plate. Eddie's 0 for 1. First pitch on the way is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Rocks and fires inside. Ball 2, 2-0. Please hit that like button. Please subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball coming to you 4 to 6 times a week, sometimes more. The 2-0 pitch on the way. Rocks and fire. Swing, and that ball is off the glove of Kirilloff into right field, and it's going to let Ozuna go first to third. So we got runners on the corners, 1 out. And the Braves got something cooking here once again. Hard hopper just past the glove of Kirilloff. If he makes that play, I don't know. Makes that stab. I don't know if he's going to get Rosario, but he's probably going to have enough time to get up to get Ozuna. Or he might have just had to turn around and step on the bag and let Ozuna get to first. If he lets that ball go, Ozuna probably has to stay at second because it was a hard hit ball, would have gotten to the right fielder pretty quick. They're out there talking to him right now, out there talking to Ryan. Pitching coach Pete Mackey. Looks like they got a right-hander up in the bullpen. When they're doing that, we might as well go ahead and get you caught up on what's going on around Major League Baseball. Hit that scoreboard real quick. Reds and O's, they're tied up at 1 in the 5th. Pirates 6-3 over the Padres in the 4th. think that was Rich Hill versus, I think that was Yu Darvish. Marlins all over the Red Sox 6-1 in the fifth. Giants and Blue Jays scoreless in the fifth. First pitch on the way to Arceus down the right field line. Just foul. A loud long strike into the corner, and it's 0-1. Mets lead the Brewers 2-0 in the fifth. Astros 2-0 over St. Louis. Tigers and Rangers are scoreless. They're heading to the second inning. Phillies 1-0 over the Cubs, and the Guardians and Royals just got going. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike two. Fastball up top. Later on tonight, you'll have the Dodgers and Rockies, White Sox and Angels, Yankees and A's, the Nationals and Mariners. The Rays are playing the Diamondbacks out west at 9:40. That's a good series. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Swing and fouls it back. 92 up top, but a little too close for Orlando's liking to take. Probably swung at a ball out of the zone, but he's just trying to get one lifted into the outfield to get Ozuna home, give Braves a 7-1 lead. The 0-2 pitch on the way from Ryan. Rocks and fires in the dirt. 1-2. Braves 6, Twins 1, runners on the corners, 1 out. The 1-2 pitch way outside wide. Vasquez was sitting in the left-hander's batter's box. That's how much they don't believe Arcia can hold off a pitch. I mean, he was literally sitting out there waiting for the pitch. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swing and pops it up. Can of corn. That will not get out of the infield, and it's an easy out, number 2. But you don't see catchers do that much. I mean, Arcia gets back and sees that video. He's going to know the disrespect is real. Maybe that'll fire him up the next time he comes to the plate. You don't see catchers sitting in the other batter's box in major league level. And that's where he was sitting. So that'll bring Michael Harris II to the plate. He had a solo shot. First time up. First pitch on the way to Michael is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Rocks and fires. Swing and fouls it back. It's 1-1. Harris, 1 of 4 home runs so far for the Atlanta Braves. Mets are all over Milwaukee tonight. It's 4-0 in the fourth. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it back. It's 1-1. I don't know if you heard the news or not, but the owner of the Mets is holding a press conference tomorrow as the 1-2 pitch on the way to Harris is swung on, grounded over to second. It's going to be a 4-3 put out to end the inning. So the Braves threaten but fail to score. We've got a 6-1 lead heading to the top of the fourth.
I can say that, there's been this news article about men that think that they could beat Serena Williams in tennis, right? That they think that they could actually score a point on her. And it's just not the case. She is stronger than that.
Which both Serena and Venus lost to the 203rd ranked male tennis player, which they're phenoms for women. My experience, my husband, he swam at University of Kentucky as well. In terms of accolades and in terms of national ranking, I was a much better swimmer than him. He could kick my butt any day of the week.
We must protect women's sports at all costs.
Armchair.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Once I am officially regional manager, my first order of business will be to demote Jim, so I will need a new number 2. My ideal choice, Jack Bauer, but he is unavailable, fictional, and overqualified.
Lopez, managing the Indians in the 50s, was going to come down the home stretch using just 3 pitchers, and someone told Stengel about this, and he said, well. He said, I heard it couldn't be done, but it don't always work. He came on the bench one day. There was a fellow named Bob Serve, big, powerful hitter. And Stengel came out of the clubhouse and sat down, and Serve was sitting about 10 feet away from him, just looking out at the field. And Stengel looked over at him and said, there's not many people that know this, but one of us has been traded to Kansas City.
Well, we're back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves. Minnesota Twins at 6-1. Excuse me. 6-1. As we head to the top of the inning, and Bryce Elder go back to work, top of 4. 1 run, 3 hits, no errors. So far allowed by Elder, and the first pitch on the way is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt, bounces away. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted into right field, going on back on the track, making a leaping catch. There goes that man again, Ronald Acuna Jr., 2 home runs tonight, and now he stole a double that was headed for the wall. That was heading towards the 375 mark. He leaped about 10 feet in the air and grabbed a bullet from the gap. Lewis was looking to shop at the gap tonight. He got turned down at the register. The first pitch on the way to Joey Gallo. That ball is belted high in the sky, and that ball will get down for a base hit. It's going to rattle off the wall, and it's a 1-out double. I thought that had a chance to go. I thought Gallo hit his second homer of the series. Ball just kind of died out there in right center. Elder getting way too much of the plate on that one. My word. He's lucky Gallo, that's all he did with it. Guarantee you Strider's going to tell him. I tried to tell you, man, that dude Gallo, if you put one over the plate, he's going to slam it. The Christian Vasquez, the number 8 hitter, the backstop is up to the plate, and he takes the first pitch up high for a strike. It's 0-1. Elder has not had his best stuff tonight, but has worked his way to a 6-1 lead in the top of the 4th inning with 1 out. So through 3 1/3, he's got 60 pitches on the plate. The 0-1 pitch down below the knees, 1-1. The 1-1 pitch down and in, 2-1. Braves 6, Twins 1, runner on first, 1 out. Righty-righty matchup. The pitch on the way down and in. It's now 3-1. So Elder once again just working his count up tonight. Braves would like to see him get through 5. It's going to be a tough task if he keeps running these counts high. The 3-1 pitch on the way, inside, ball 4. So Elder all over the place tonight, has somehow been effectively wild. Kranitz is going to come out there and talk to him. Rick Kranitz. Gonna try to calm Elder down a little bit. With runners on first and second and one out, and you got the number 9 hitter at this point up. Now you do have an opportunity for a double play. Gallo and Vasquez do not run that well. Taylor does. But the force at third and the force at second, both of those base runners run particularly slow. A double play would go a long way to going a long way in this game. So runners on first and second, one out. The first pitch is high and inside, 1-0. Michael Taylor, 0 for 1, popped out in the second. The 1-0 pitch misses high again, 2-0. You might see some Michael Tonkin or possibly Heller again if Elder doesn't get it going here in the very near future. Braves would like to see Elder go 5, but they really don't want to blow this 6-1 lead. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 2-1. That pitch was out of the zone, but got Taylor to bite. The 2-1 pitch on the way, swung on and bang foul down the third base line. Evens up the count at 2-2. So Deuce is wild here. 2 on. Runners on first and second and a 2-2 count. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Rocks and fires, and it is underneath the zone, well off the plate. 3-2. So a full count to Taylor, 1 out. Runners on first and second. The wind up the pitch. Ball 4. Nowhere near the zone. And Elder is spitting the bit. He's been gifted a 6-1 lead, and he cannot find the zone to save his life. If you go back out there again to talk to him, you got to pull him, unless Murphy goes out there. But he's already used 1. Remember, you still only get 6 visits total. They've already used 2. The first pitch on the way is a swing and a miss strike to Julian. It's 0-1. So a big spot in the game here because the Atlanta Braves, though a healthy lead, the bases are juiced and just 1 out. The 0-1 pitch right there for the strike at the knees. It's 0-2. When he's gotten that pitch over and got it in, it's been a good pitch, but he's just been wildly inconsistent tonight to get that breaking pitch over and in. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Down and away, it's 1-2. He's trying to get people to chase that pitch off the plate, but the problem is it's so far low, they're able to see it well ahead of time. And it seems like he's not trusting his hard stuff. He's trying to nibble all the way. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and lifted high into left field. Making the catch is Eddie. Here comes the throw. Gallo's coming home. He is safe. The ball gets out of the glove of Murphy. I don't know if he ever even had the ball. Was going to be a bang-bang play. The throw was very close. The throw was on line, but it may have, it hit the leg of Gallo. So Murphy never had a chance to catch it. It was too good of a throw. Braves lead at 6-2. And if we get a rain out right now, I'll have the score correct, but that's not looking like it. The first pitch on the way to Correa is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Correa 1 for 2 with a single in the first and a run scored. The 1-0 pitch in the dirt gets away from Murphy. Runners on second and third and 2 outs, so they all stay put. Vasquez is at third, very slow running catcher, so that ball would have to roll into the dugout and get on a shuttle for him to come home. Braves 6, Twins 2, top of the fourth, 2 outs. The 2-0 pitch misses high, 3-0. See the comment in the chat, Las Vegas is better than you guys, and that's it. I don't know. We'll have to see. The 3-0 pitch. Right there at the knees, 3-1. Kirilloff stands on deck. 3-1 count from Elder. 79th pitch of the night from Elder. The wind up the pitch right there at the knees for a strike. And it's 3-2. If that's all that was, if 2 games is all that Major League Baseball played, then you are correct. But 162 season is what we do. The 3-2 pitch on the way, swing, and rifles it foul down the third base line. Right there in his kitchen. We'll do it again. It's a full count to Correa. Braves lead at 6-2, but 2 runners are in scoring position with 2 outs. Correa asks for time. Elder steps off the rubber to regroup. He's about to throw his 81st pitch of the night, and we're in the 4th inning. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him. I don't know how he got out of that, just giving up 1 run, but we'll take it when we come back. That man Acuna is going to try to hit number 3.
Introducing the only Triple Crown winner you've never heard of, Tip O'Neill. James Edward Tip O'Neill played Major League Baseball for 10 seasons as a left fielder and a pitcher for 4 Major League clubs. For one magical season in 1887, he put up numbers that will never be seen again. That season, he led the league in doubles, triples, and home runs, which no other player in the history of baseball has ever duplicated. His .435 batting average that season still ranks second on the all-time single-season batting average list. Originally, his batting average was .492 because bases on balls were counted as hits that season, but this was later adjusted in 1969. His 167 runs that season ranked 4th on the all-time single-season runs list. He not only led the league in batting average, home runs, and RBIs, he also led the league in on-base percentage, slugging percentage, runs, hits, doubles, and triples. Altogether, he led the league in 11 different categories that season. The only major category he didn't lead the league in that season was stolen bases, which the league leader had 138, and O'Neill only had 30 stolen bases that season. 2 out of every 5 hits by O'Neill that season were doubles, triples, or home runs. Between August 24th and September 5th, he set a record of 12 consecutive games with 1 or more extra base hits. During that streak, he hit .596. He also hit for the cycle twice that season, which doesn't seem that remarkable unless you consider he did it in the span of 5 games. What's even more impressive is that he put up all of those numbers in only 124 games that season.
Armchair.
In 1866, at Vassar College, a group of freshmen, with the support of a female physician who thought exercise for women essential to good health, formed the Laurel and Abenakis Baseball Club. Other colleges soon followed suit. They did not play for long.
One day, a student, while running between bases, fell with an injured leg. We attended her to the infirmary with the foreboding that this accident would end our play of baseball.
The teams were soon forced to disband. The game was considered far too violent for young ladies to play.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves. And Acuna Matata comes to the plate. He's hit 2 home runs tonight. He's also stolen an extra bases last inning. Imagine what that inning might have been if he hadn't made that play at the beginning, where he leaped at the wall right before the wall to steal a double. Pitching change. Ortega is coming into the game. More on him in a moment. Righty-righty matchup. And Vasquez is, I don't think they have their equipment sound, so the pitch comm, there's an issue there. Give us a chance to tell you about Ortega. They're adjusting the pitch comm equipment. Oliver Ortega from the Dominican Republic. First pitch on the way to Acuna is inside and high. It's 1-0. He's only thrown 1 inning so far this year. Gave up 2 runs. So he has an 18 ERA, but it's deceptive. The 1-0 pitch banged off the plate, 1-1. He played 2 years with the Angels in 21 and 22. Has a lifetime ERA of 4.26. The 1-1 pitch. High and inside, but called for a strike. It's 1-2. He has 38 strikeouts through 44 innings in his career. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. You got Acuna reaching for one off the edge, look like a slider, and there's one away. Mets still lead the Brewers 4-0, bottom of the 6th. I'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. Ozzie, open stance from the left side. He has a triple on the night and a run scored. First pitch is right there at the knees. Looked like he might have got the zone, but called for a low ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. No, they're going to call that for a strike. It's 1-1. So tit for tat there has it tied up at 1 apiece. The 1-1 pitch, swing, and rifles it fouling out of play. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch on the way to Ozzie, off the plate wide, 2-2. 96 mile an hour fastball, so he can bring it. Looks like he throws a bit of a slider and then a breaking pitch off of that 96. The 2-2 on the way. Swing and pops it up. Jammed Ozzie. It's high in the sky. Drifting in between home and third. Making the catch is Lewis for out number 2. That'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Austin Riley has a home run. He's 2 for 2 on the night. Good pitching matchup out west if you're up late tonight. Ohtani versus Michael Kepik, who's pitched very well his last 6 outings. First pitch on the way to Riley is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Still a long way to go in this one. Braves lead at 6-2, but we're only in the 4th inning. The 1-0 pitch. Ortega lets it go. Inside 96, 2-0. Standing on deck is Matt Olson. The 2-0 pitch. Ortega. Swing, and that ball is lifted high and down the right field line, but it'll bend fouling out of play into the upper deck. It's 2-1. Braves 6, Twins 2. The 2-1 pitch. Rocks and fires. Fastball right there. 2-2. That pitch was right down Main Street. The 2-2 pitch off the plate. Ball 3, 3-2. Tried to get Riley to chase one. So a full count to Austin. The wind up. There's only 2 seconds. You better let it go. Here it comes. Ball forward in the dirt. Riley lays off one in the dirt, and he'll head on down to first with a 2-out walk that'll keep the inning going. So that'll bring Olsen to the plate. Olsen's 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. First pitch on the way, 95, blew it right by him. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Righty-lefty matchup and swing. That ball is roasted up the middle. Good defensive play by Correa. He was right there. He'll fire it over to first, and it's a 6-3 putout for out number 3. Good Lord, it almost took off the ankles of Ortega. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
And the one thing that I would say for the Oakland sports fan, they have given you a good product. You can't sit there and say that Billy Beane and ownership groups, including Fisher, have not given you a good product. For the most part, in the tenure of Fisher, he bought the team in 2005, the team has been a relatively competitive team. They've been in the playoffs a lot, and for the most part, that fan base has not supported them.
Armchair.
Now 2 outs and 0 on. The Mets are waving their outfielders in. The home Met team waving their outfielders in. Here's Rick Camp with a game on the line. 2 outs and 0 on base. And at least he took a good cut and fouled it off. Ernie, if he hits a home run to tie this game, this game will be certified as absolutely the nuttiest in the history of baseball.
Well, they could go to another pitcher, but in 18 innings, they've used just about everybody.
It'll be an 0-2 pitch. And he is at the deep left. He goes back. It is gone. Holy cow. Oh, my goodness. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Rick Camp. Rick Camp. I don't believe it. On an 0-2 pitch, Rick Camp hit it over the left center field wall. I don't believe it.
Nobody can believe it.
Camp makes it 11-11, his first Major League homer.
I tell you what Casey had that a lot of people don't tell you about. He had the knack of taking that ball out of a pitcher's hand. And that means a Whitey Ford. That means anybody and giving that ball to another, because I tell you about pitchers will talk you out of it. You know, you go out to take that ball, oh, Skip, let me pitch to this guy. When Casey walked to the mound, you gone.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves go back to Bryce Elder as we start the 5th inning. 81 pitches into the ninth. They'd love for him to get through this inning, qualify for the win. He's had a rough outing, but he's kept it to just 2 runs. First pitch on the way from Elder to Kirilloff is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Alex Kirilloff is 1 for 1. The number 3 hitter, first baseman. The 1-0 pitch swung on and banged foul down the first base line. It's 1-2. The 1-1 pitch rocks and fires and clips the top of the zone for strike 2. So a 1-2 count to Kirilloff, who has doubled and walked tonight. The 1-2 pitch. Here we go. Swing, and that ball is lifted down the line, but foul. It's 1-2. Cincinnati leads Baltimore 2-1. Looks like they're already in the bullpen there. Oh, it's already in the 7th inning there. The 1-2 pitch swing, and that ball's lifted high into right field. Making a running catch is Ronald Acuna Jr. He's doing it all tonight for out number 1. Mets have scored a touchdown at 7-0 over Milwaukee. It's a little surprising there because Julio Teheran was on the mound tonight. He'd been pitching really well. So that'll bring Byron Buxton to the plate. Buxton takes the first pitch at the knees for a strike, and it's 0-1. Buxton's 0 for 2. He's got 13 home runs on the year, 28 RBI. The 0-1 to Byron. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Good pitch. Buxton, designated hitter. Typically, they would love to have him in the outfield. Came up originally as a second baseman. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. So 2 up, 2 down. Nelder. How long have they been holding on to those fireworks? Let some fireworks go when Elder struck out Buxton there. 3 straight pitches. First pitch on the way to Max Kepler, who digs in as it's inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Just missed the zone. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss at the knees. It's 1-1. The 1-1. Down and in. 2-1. So he's gone 4-seam and then went back slider. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is hit up the middle. Backhanded to Ozzie, and what a nifty play. Ozzie lays out on the ground and then shovels it to Arcia, who's standing up, and Arcia guns him down. So it's a 4-6-3 just for the 1 out. We'll be back in a flash.
That's right, folks. I just had 3 shots of Hennigan's and I don't smell. Imagine, you can walk around drunk all day. That's Hennigan's. No smell, no tell, scotch.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
The 4-year stretch that Craig Kimbrell had in Atlanta was the best we've ever seen a closer be. He had 4 years in a row where he got 46 saves, 52 saves, 50, and 47. He was top 5 in Cy Young in 2 of those years, top 10 in all 4 of those years. And in that 52 save year, he had a 1.01 ERA.
You guys make proclamations. You don't make predictions. You're pompous. That's why you guys.
Well, why are you listening?
Gabish?
Why are you listening?
I listen because I hate you guys.
Armchair.
If you grew up in an American League city in the 1950s, you basically hated the Yankees. This was Casey's juggernaut, which won 9 pennants in 11 years, 5 World Series in a row. There's never been dominance like it at any other time in the history of baseball. Some people criticized Stengel and said he was just a push-button manager, but he knew which buttons to push. So a wonderful thing that he had, in addition to the great stars like Mantle and Ford and Berra, he had an ability to pick up players who were seemingly at the ends of their careers, spare parts, Johnny Hopp, Enos Slaughter, players who he knew could perform one particular role, who could fit into this grand scheme that he had. And God knows it worked.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves. Unbelievable play. I don't know if I did it justice, but Ozzie Albies had to dive towards the second base side, backhand a grounder, flat out on his stomach, then shoveled the ball upward to Arcia, and Arcia grabbed it and fired it to first to get the runner by about a half step to end the inning. First pitch on the way to Murphy is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. That was a thing of beauty. That reminded me of stuff you would see Alomar and Vizquel do back years ago for the Cleveland Indians. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is lifted into center field. Got to make the catch on the run is Michael Taylor for out number 1. He did he? Underwater, I see that. So 1 down, and Ozuna comes to the plate. That's good news. Maybe so Vogelfat hit a home run tonight, and maybe the announcement tomorrow will be that Cohen's signing him to a 10-year deal. First pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, swing, and bangs it foul down the line. It's 0-2. Hey, Mark, welcome in. Where you been? Braves lead it 6-2. We're in the bottom of 5 on an 0-2 count. Marcell Ozuna's 1 for 2. He had a single in the third, a hard shot. That was a rocket. The 0-2 pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3. Nasty bender by Ortega off the plate. 2 away. Miami still leads Boston 6-1. Philly leads the Cubs. That game is 4-0 in the 5th. First pitch on the way to Eddie Rosario is a strike right there at the about belt high inside. It's 0-1. So here's a questionable one. I just looked over. Milwaukee got thrown out at second base. They were stealing down 7-0 with 1 out in the 7th. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 0-2. Years ago, actually 4 or 5 years ago, that would have gotten you thrown at next time. But outside of that, it's just a really stupid play. The 0-2 pitch, swing and lifts it high and into left field, making the catch for out number 3. So we'll head to the top of the 6th inning. We'll see if Elder will go back out there. They might try to get him out there for one more round.
Any attempt to restrict drinking and driving here is viewed by some as downright undemocratic.
When a fella can't put in a hard day's work, put in 11, 12 hours a day, and then get in your truck and at least drink 1 or 2 beers.
They're making it laws where you can't drink when you want to. You have to wear a seatbelt when you're driving. And pretty soon we're going to be communist country.
Armchair.
One of the biggest scandals in baseball history is the throwing of the 1919 World Series by the Chicago White Sox. Even though all 8 players who were accused were acquitted in 1921, Judge Kennesaw Mountain Landis handed down a lifetime ban that included the Hall of Fame. Shoeless Joe Jackson should be reinstated and put in the Hall of Fame. Reason number 1, his stats during the series. His 12 base hits set a series record that wasn't broken until 1964. He led both teams with a .375 batting average in the series. He committed no errors and threw out a runner at home plate. He also hit the only home run by either team in the series. Reason number 2, he never took any money. On 2 different occasions, he refused a $5,000 bribe, even though it would have almost doubled his salary at the time. Reason number 3, he tried to tell White Sox owner Charles Comiskey, but Comiskey refused to meet him. Reason number 4, years after the scandal, the other 7 players confirmed that Jackson was never present at any of the meetings, and his name was mentioned only to give them more credibility to the gamblers. Reason number 5, a lawyer manipulated him into signing a document he didn't fully understand. Jackson never learned to read or write, so there was no way he knew what he was signing at the time.
All tied up in the 8th, Mickey Mantle facing Preacher Rowe. The Oklahoma kid parked it in the left field seats.
Watching it on TV in New York with Willie, Mickey, and the Duke, and the arguments on the corner.
pitches, and that was it.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Your home for Atlanta Braves baseball here on YouTube. Eddie Rosario, Atlanta Braves lead it 6-2. We head to the sixth. Ozzie Albies and Arcee are still laughing about that play that they made to end the previous defensive inning. If you're just joining us, Ozzie had to lay out glove side towards second base and then flip the ball from his stomach to Arcee, who fired the ball to first for what was essentially at that point a routine grounder. Heck of a play by Ozzie and a great reaction by Arcee. First pitch on the way to Lewis is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Braves the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike two. Elder's at 95 pitches. Tonkin is warming up now. They'll go to him if need be. If he can somehow get through this inning, which I think is a big if, he's at 95 pitches. He's going to have to make it a quick inning if so. The 0-2 pitch inside hits the batter. So there's that. One on and nobody out, and that could be the end for Elder, who's been all over the place tonight. Just about time to turn back time on Braves Country. We're going to go ahead and hit that up while we try to squeeze this in. On this date in 1939, in front of 2,457 fans at Braves Field, the Dodgers, with Whit Wyatt pitching the first 16 frames, played 23 innings against the Boston Braves in a game that ends in a 2-2 tie when Babe Pinelli, as there's going to be a pitcher violation on Elder, and he's really struggling out there now, so it's a 1-0 count. Took forever to come set. Dodgers and Braves in Boston. Brooklyn Dodgers, Boston Braves. Played to a 2-2 tie, and the 1-0 pitch is swung on and hammered high in the sky, making the catch. And there's one away. Ronald Acuna Jr. makes the catch just before the warning track. Joey Gallo's got one of those swings when he sends one, and that thing was a mile high. He just got underneath it. So Elder, now with a possible double play set up with the slow running Vasquez at the plate. The first pitch on the way, swung on and grounded up the middle. And look, here we go. It's a 4-6-3 double play to end the inning. So Elder somehow got through it. He gave us a quality start. Let's get him some few more runs, and the bullpen will do the rest.
No, you don't drink. You're just acting. In fact, last night at the bar, he was acting so good they had to carry him to his room.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Can we move the rubber back, pitching rubber back? How about just like a foot? How about 3 feet? How about that?
Have you ever thrown a ball 60 feet, 6 inches?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever hit the glove?
Yes, I have.
With a catcher squatting?
So every time with this. It's between here and here. It's almost nothing.
Okay.
Your son would barely know.
No, that's not true. Right now we have, up to today, because I looked at it, there's a starting pitcher's $115 million on the IL right now.
So that
and relief pitchers, there's $48 million.
And so this is going to cause more?
Yes!
What's happening now with
because my instinct is if I'm standing here and now I have to stand here, there's going to be a little more of a...
All those guys you say are getting hurt with your pitching rubber 60 feet, 6 inches. So maybe that's a problem.
Oh, okay. So let's bring it back to second base. You move the mound back, the pitcher's rubber back. I don't care how much. There will be an increase in injury.
Stengel used a system he had learned long before while playing for John McGraw, platooning. Left-handed hitters would often be benched against left-handed pitchers. Right-handed hitters went for weeks without facing a right-handed starter. He also relied heavily on relief pitching.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves lead at 6-2. Back to that turn back time. Braves and Dodgers called for a 2-2 tie because they played 23 innings and the contest was at 8:15 due to darkness. The same teams at the same field played 26 innings to a 1-1 tie 19 years prior. That was in 1939 Braves-Dodgers, Brooklyn versus Boston at the time. Orlando Arcia comes to the plate. He'll lead it off. It'll be Arcia, then Harris, and then Acuna. First pitch from Arcia to Arcia, swung on, and it's a comebacker to the mound. 1-3 put out. He's had a couple of really bad at-bats tonight, 0 for 3. On this date, 1940, to honor the lyricist of Take Me Out to the Ball Game, Dodgers celebrate Jack Norworth Day at Brooklyn's Ebbets Field. The songwriter and his partner, Albert Von Tilsner, who wrote the music, had never seen a game when they created the song in 1908. First pitch on the way to Harris is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Michael Harris II, he's 1 for 2 with a home run. On this date, 1982 in Braves history, the Atlanta Braves. The 1-0 pitch is just off the plate wide, 2-0. On this date, 1982, the 1982 Atlanta Braves tie a major league mark with 7 double plays in the team's 2-0 victory over the Cincinnati Reds. The 2-0 pitch right there at the knees, 2-1. Atlanta turns 4 twin killings in the first 4 frames of the 14-inning Riverfront Stadium contest. And that's in 1982. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2. And on this date in 1987, Mark McGwire hits 3 homers and drives in 5 runs as the 2-2 pitch, swing, and that ball is hit over towards the left side. Harris is flying down the line, but he'll be out. It's a 5-3 put out for out number 2. Mark McGwire hits 3 home runs and drives in 5 runs, helping Oakland defeat the Cleveland Indians 13-3. Big Mac will finish the season with 49 home runs in his rookie season, surpassing the rookie record of 38 once shared by Frank Robinson and Wally Berger. The first pitch on the way to Acuna is swung on and grounded over to short. Correa's got it, 6-3 put out, and that'll be in the inning. Quick 1-2-3 inning and a quick turn back time. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Personal foul, 69, offense. He's giving them the business.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Now Don Mattingly, an emerging star. Mattingly last year was called up by the Yankees from Columbus the day Bobby Mercer retired. He'd been with him prior to that, but had been sent out. And he's not only won a spot on the roster, he's in the lineup, he's hitting third, and he's leading the league at .338. That's drilled to the gap in right center field, and it is off the fence. Randolph was running all the way, so he is being waved in. Whitaker's going to Parrish, is not in time on a double by Mattingly.
First game I went to, May 30th, 1956, Yankee Stadium. We drove from Long Beach, Long Island to the Bronx. Almost took 2 hours. And as we came up into the Bronx and Jerome Avenue, my dad said, there it is. And, you know, I'd seen games before, but on TV. And there it was. And it like ate up the Bronx. It was the biggest thing I had ever seen in my life. And it had that great roof, that green copper roof. And the breeze was just blowing all those pennants in the roof, you know, just going like that, telling you which way the wind was blowing. And I had my glove and everything. And I sat like in between third base and home plate, like real close.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 6-2. Six and a half in front of the Marlins, 10.5 in front of the Phillies, 16 in front of the Metropolitans, and 21 in front of the Washington Nationals. Michael Tonkin has checked into the game. We'll try to get at least an inning out of him. First pitch on the way from the lanky right-hander is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. He's thrown 36 innings this year in 17 appearances, a 3 ERA, and 30 strikeouts with 9 walks. The 1-0. Kicks and fires right there for a strike. It's 1-1. Taylor's 0 for 1 with a walk in the fourth. The 1-1 pitch. Right there, just off the plate wide. 2-1. Probably was a touch low, just really wanted that pitch. The 2-1 pitch. Lets it go right there for a strike. Slider come barreling in for 2-2. Timeout is called. Michael Taylor asked for time. Pirates lead the Padres 9-4. The 2-2 pitch. Down and away. Ball 3, 3-2. Looks like Cincinnati and Baltimore now in a weather delay. The 3-2 pitch on the way from Tonkin. Lets it go. Swing and rifles it foul and out of play. Do it again. Full count. The 3-2 from Tonkin. Lets it go. Swing, and that ball is rifled down the left field line, up against the wall. Taylor's going to head into second with the leadoff double, and Tonkin in trouble early. Braves with a 4-run lead here in the seventh, but last thing you want to do is let them get back into this. Ball died right there at the wall. Eddie had to go chase it because it get right in the corner and just died. No bounce, no carom, nothing. Top of the order, back to the plate. Runner on second, nobody out. First pitch on the way. Off the plate wide, 94. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Inside, 2-0. Tonkin really has pitched well this time in here in Atlanta, coming out of the pen. Starting off with a struggle tonight. The 2-0 pitch. Right there, 94 up top. 2-1. The 2-1 righty-lefty matchup. Wind up right there inside at the knees. 2-2. Evens up the count. Good pitch by Tonkin. Braves 6, Twins 2. Top of the seventh. The 2-2. Down and in, ball 3, 3-2. So Tonkin in danger of putting the tying run on deck if he walks right here. The 3-2 pitch from Tonkin winds up and lets it fly inside, ball 4. So a double and a walk has Tonkin in early trouble here. Runners on first and second, nobody out. Sean Murphy's going to go out there and try to calm him down. Kranitz pacing back and forth behind Snicker in the dugout. Big spot here in the game. One swing could change this game dramatically. We're right here at the top of the order. So that'll bring Carlos Correa to the plate. He's 1 for 3. The first pitch to Correa is right there for a strike, 94. Outer edge, it's 0-1. Correa smoked a single in the first inning, scored a run. The 0-1 on the way. Outside, wide, 1-1. Tonkin's been a little bit all over the place with his control tonight. The 1-1 pitch, swing and bang, foul off the plate. Rolls back behind him towards the on-deck circle, and we'll do it again at 1-2. So you got runners on first and second, nobody out. The Braves are playing Correa to pull the 1-2 pitch in the dirt, 2-2. Deuces wild here. Twins trying to build on that 2 runs they've already got. They've got 2 on. Nobody out in a 2-2 count. The number 2 hitter, the 2-2. Swing, and that ball's banged over to third. Riley's got it. Fires it to second. Albies heads it over to first. It's a 5, 4, 3. Rally killing double play. Big double play there. The runner does make it down to third, but now there's 2 away. A 2-hopper. Riley had to make a decision if he was going to charge that or play it back. Made the right decision, let it come to him. Correa out by about a step. He had no chance of getting the guy at third because that was Michael Taylor, who runs really well. First pitch on the way is swung and popped up. It's going to can of corn, and he's got it for out number 3. So just like that, we're out of it, and Eddie and Orlando are chasing each other back to the dugout. We'll grab the bats. Get up and stretch, Braves country. It's the 7th inning.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3.
Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every stew. Casey Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home again.
Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first name, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. just to cheer up the boys he knew. He made the gang sing this song. Take me out to the ball game. Come on. Take me out to the ground. I don't care if I never get back.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves lead at 6-2, bottom of the seventh. We're going to try to get some insurance runs here. Hit the birthdays real quick. Braves Country Baseball comes your way for every game. And we're back at it again tomorrow at 12:20 Eastern. Pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is right there for a strike at the top of the zone. It's on one, a little bit of an outside pitch. Brent Hendrick has come into the game. He's a southpaw, so Ozzie's been switched, has been turned around, and it's a lefty-righty matchup. Ozzie's 1 for 3 with a triple. The 1-1 pitch off the edge wide. That one they did not give to him. It's 2-1. Happy birthday to Yordan Alvarez. He's 26 years old, the Houston Astro. Speaking of Houston Astros, is the 2-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it straight back. It's 2-2. The great Darrell Ward turns 48 today. Jeff Conine, if you remember him, 59 years old. Ex-Florida Marlin, the 2-2 pitch off the plate wide. 3-2. Jim Edmonds is 53. The wind up the pitch, 3-2, ball 4. And Ozzie Albies is headed down to first. Bobby Wagner, Seattle Seahawks safety, he is 33 today. In your non-sports birthdays, J.J. Abrams is 57. Toby Maguire is 48. First pitch on the way to Riley. He was taken all the way. He wasn't even cocked and loaded. He was just standing there. 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball's belted high into right field, but right at the right fielder for out number 1. I don't know if that first one was trying to play possum, make him think he's just going to wait for him to throw a strike, but he was going all in on that one. The last birthday, the great Lori Morgan, American country singer. She's 64 today, and that's your birthdays. First pitch on the way to Olsen is a strike up high, and it's 0-1. Matt Olson's 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts, a ground out. Had a really good weekend in Cincinnati, scuffling a little bit since he came back. The 0-1 pitch. Off the plate, it's 1-1. We'll have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play here tomorrow as the Atlanta Braves hopefully will be going for the sweep at 12:20. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2. So if you're heading to work, make sure to grab your earbuds so you can listen along. The 1-2 pitch. Hedrick goes and throws it over to first to keep Ozzie close by. Ozzie was easily in there. You think maybe Hedrick's got a much better pickoff move that he'll be trying to use in a second. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Swing! Ozzie was on the go, but Olsen had to swing at that one. That was in the strike zone. Bangs it off the plate. It's 1-2. Please hit that like button. Like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball. Sean Murphy stands on deck. The 1-2 pitch. Lefty action. Swings and belted high and deep. Going back on the track at the wall. Making the catch is Michael Taylor for a loud out number 2. He robbed him of at least extra bases, if not a home run. Looking at the replay, see if that ball, if he's not standing there, that's going to go just over the wall. Snow cone catch, ball almost popped out. Wouldn't that have been something if that ball would have popped out of his glove over the wall? But instead of a home run, there's 2 away. Sean Murphy coming to the plate. Murph takes the first pitch strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Murph 1 for 3. The home run of his own. He hit a solo shot in the first. Brave got the runs going early. 4 in the first, 2 in the second. The 0-1 pitch. Down and in. Ball 1. It's 1-1. The 1-1 to Murphy. Rocks and fire. Swing and fouls it back. We'll do it again. 1-2. Marlins 10-1 over the Red Sox. Mets up 7-0 in the 8th. Brewers do have the bases juiced. Phillies all over the Cubs 5-0. The 1-2 pitch swung on, pops it up. He was reaching for that one out of the zone, trying to cover the plate, and it's going to be an easy fly ball to short to end the inning. Braves lead at 6-2. We head to the 8th. Byron Buxton will grab the bat when we come back.
God would never let me be successful. He'll kill me first. He'll never let me be happy.
I thought you didn't believe in God.
I do for the bad things.
Yeah, I don't give a damn who you are, how much money you got. You're going to make 7 out of 10 outs and go to the Hall of Fame. What others is it? LeBron James shoots 3 out of 10? Are we buying that 26? If Tom Brady completes 3 out of 10, are we buying that 12? No. So just accept the fact. I made 10,000 outs. I did Reggie Jackson's radio show about an hour ago. I made more outs than he got at bats. And he was the first to tell me that, by the way. Smart ass. He told me it was Mr. October. I said, hey, Reggie, listen, I was Mr. April, May, June, July, and August, and September. You were Mr. October.
Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key.
1-1 pitch. A long drive to right. Ramirez turns to the track. She's gone. Dave Justice, all is forgiven in Atlanta. Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves have a 6-2 lead. We'll face the middle of the order. Byron Buxton leading off this inning. Tomorrow's game, which we'll bring to you at 12:20 Eastern. Pre-game show will come on at 11:30. Tonkin goes back to work. First pitch on the way to Buxton is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. It has been announced, if you missed the announcement, Michael Soroka will be the starter for tomorrow's game. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and bangs it towards third. Riley's got it, fires it across the diamond. Does he get him? Got him! A two-hopper into the glove of Olsen. Buxton busting it down the line. He doesn't look like he's debating it. Man, that was deep in the hole. He was basically in left field and just got him if he got him. We'll have to check the replay a couple of times. If you're ever going to challenge something, I would think Minnesota would challenge that. They did not. First pitch on the way. Kepler is off the jet. No, they're going to call that a wide strike one. It's 0-1. Man, oh man alive. I would have liked to have seen a slowed down replay of that. Everyone that I saw was really close. Buxton is busting it down the line. The 1-1 pitch from Tonkin, rocks and fires, swing, and a curveball is going to get him to ground into first base. Olsen steps on the bag, and there's 2 away. Milwaukee has gotten on the board at 7-2. Game is in the 8th inning. They're still batting. Well, that's what I was getting to underwater. If Soroka's pitching tomorrow, we need to get that W tonight, because what we saw of Soroka last time, he wasn't fooling any bats. First pitch on the way, swing, and that ball is roasted down the left field line into the corner, off the wall, and a well played by Rosario. Fires it into second, and he's going to keep him right there to a long single. That ball ricocheted off the wall right into the glove of Rosario. He turned and fired it to Ozzie, who applied a perfect tag if anyone was standing there. They thought better of that and kept him there. When down 4, you don't want to be the last out at second. That'll bring Gallo to the plate. Gallo swings and misses at the first pitch on the outer edge. 93. Kissing the black. It's 0-1. I think more when it comes to Soroka, what I saw, I don't think it's necessarily the yips. He did not have the bite to his pitches. Now, he may have fixed it down there. I don't know. But it didn't look like a guy that had a hard bite to any of his breaking stuff that was just floating up there. His slider was coming in around 80 miles an hour, and once you see it through one time through the order, Major League Baseball team is going to tattoo that. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Blew it right by him, and that'll end the inning. So Braves get out of that mess. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th, up by 4.
We're going inside them. We're going outside them. Inside them and outside them. And we're not going to pass. We're going to get them on a run. We're going to go.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are covering America's pastime from spring training all the way to the Fall Classic.
5-2 Dodgers in the 9th. Got him. They've done it. Like the 1969 Mets. It's the impossible dream revisited.
And Myers bringing it. And the pitch is hit in the air. Foul off first. Benzinger backing and calling. And the 1990 World Championship belongs to the Cincinnati Reds.
The Twins are going to win the World Series. The Twins have won it. It's a base hit. It's a 1-0 10-inning victory.
Left field, way back. Blue Jays win it. The Blue Jays are World Series champions. Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball, for the fans, by the fans.
Hey, can I tell you one thing? That's 3 holding fielders on 1 football team and a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
There's something very American about being a poor loser, refusing to shake the other fellow's hand. He says he's a scoundrel. He always was a scoundrel, and he's even more than a scoundrel now that he's beat me. And there's something likable about that in people. It's bad sportsmanship.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball, the Atlanta Braves. Lead it by 4. Marcell Ozuna will go to work against Hedrick, the southpaw. He takes a hack at the first pitch. Up top, fouls it back against the screen. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is rifled into right field down for a base hit. It's a leadoff single for the Bear. And the Braves got something cooking here in the bottom of the 8th. The Braves could tack a few runs on here. They'd probably send Tonkin back out for a third inning and really let the bullpen rest. That'll bring Kevin Pillar to the plate. Long time no see with him. Lefty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way. Fastball misses. No, they're going to call that a high, wide strike. It's 0-1. So Mark Cohen, the owner of the Mets, is having a press conference before tomorrow's game with the Mets and Brewers. The 0-1 pitch misses inside, 1-1. If I can find the audio of it, I'll play it for you tomorrow on the pregame show. It's going to be a tight window, but I'll try to get it for you. The 1-1 pitch. Inside. Ball 2-1. We'll be on here live at 11:30 and bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play to 12:20. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it back. Upstairs, up top, it's 2-2. And we'll stay on afterwards for the post-game show that'll take you all the way to the 5 o'clock hour. Braves Country Today comes your way every day on 99.1 FM right here as well. WQEE. 3 to 5, we go live on Braves Country Today. The 2-2 pitch swing, and that ball's roasted. Slaps up against the third base dugout. We'll do it again. Marlins all over Boston 10-1, so we're not going to pick up any ground there if we can hold on. Mets appear to be in control of their game too at 7-2. Bottom of the 8th. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swung on and pops it up back. Behind home plate, we'll do it again at 2-2. I'd say what the press conference will probably be about is he's going to address everyone wanting him to fire the GM, the manager. They want to fire the whole team. The 2-2 pitch swung on and rifled back into the mask of the hind catcher Vasquez, and we'll do it again. It's 2-2. I'd say Cohen is going to just stand up there and say, we're not firing anybody, and shut up about it. I'm going to take a guess, just going off of what he does on Twitter. He doesn't seem to have knee-jerk reactions. The 2-2 pitch swung on and hammered down the third base line, but foul. Will do it again at 2-2. Braves 6, Twins 2. Lefty-righty matchup. The wind-up, the pitch swung on, pops it up. Will that stay in play? Vasquez chases it back behind home plate, but it bends foul into the seats. We'll do it again at 2-2. Now with the 10th pitch of this at bat, Pillar really making Hedrick work. The 2-2 on the way. Lefty-righty matchup. Swing and fouls it back again. 2-2 still. Pitch number 11. The more you see a pitcher, better chance Pillar has. Especially when everything's coming in around 80 miles an hour. The 2-2's off the plate wide, 3-2. His fastball tops out around 89, 90, but everything else is in the low 80s. And he doesn't have the advantage of the lefty-lefty matchup with Pillar. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Pulled the string on that, and Pillar He was trying to hit that to $10 too. There's one down. Lando Arcius 0 for 3 on the night, but one swing could change his fortunes. He's been a little out in front in most of the pitches that he's seen. First pitch on the way is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. 2 ground outs and a pop out for Orlando. The 1-0 pitch. Rocks and fire. Swing and pops it up. High in the sky. Can of corn. Out in front of that one too. And Correa will corral it for out number 2. Warming up in the pen is Heller, Ben Heller. So we'll see if they go to him or if they stick with Tonkin. Tonkin has gone over 2 innings before this year. Michael Harris II, who's 1 for 3 with a homer, comes to the plate. The first pitch is right there for a strike. 0-1. 1 on, 2 out. The 0-1 pitch. Rocks and fires. Swing and lifts it high into center field. Underneath it, making the catch is Taylor, and that'll end the inning. So Braves put 1 on, but failed to score. We'll be back in a flash.
Look, you and your mom have a bad history, and neither of you can nurture the other's self-esteem because you've both been damaged by past criticism and shame. Are you okay? I'm working half days, so I watch a lot of Donahue.
Hey, football fans. The Armchair Quarterback Show is back Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. A 3-hour wake-up show that'll cover it all. College football, the NFL, fantasy football, and Major League Baseball. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
Well, Memorial Day has come and gone. Tomorrow, matter of fact, is June 1st. We just showed you the NL East standings. You don't need me to tell you this, but I'm going to tell you anyway. The NL East is over. That's right. It's a wrap. No one is touching the Mets. Tweet me the hate all you want about the jinx. Nonsense. The Mets will be National League Eastern Division champs, and I don't even think the Braves are going to challenge them. The Phils, please, you've seen them. What are you worried about, Mets fans? The Mets are only going to get better, and even if the Braves do turn it around, it will be too late. The NL East is over.
Is the NL East still over?
Well, look, I mean, yeah, the NL East is unfortunately over now. It's just the wrong team here. And I definitely owe the Braves an apology for not taking them as seriously as I should have. They are the champs until proven otherwise. And it was never really about the Braves. It was about the Mets. I believed in this Mets team. They're good for sure, but not good enough. And there are plenty of reasons why the Mets lost this division outside of this weekend. But the NL East is over, and it belongs to the Braves yet again.
Armchair.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 6-2. That was Sal Licata is who that was. He famously did that last year. Right, it was either Memorial Day. It was right in that neighborhood. It was right before the Braves went on the 13-game winning streak. And they've played it over and over again throughout Braves country, as have we. So yeah, and we've gotten a lot of requests for it on our station. The first pitch on the way to Heller from Solano is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Ben Heller has come into the game. He's pitched well last few outings. The 0-1 pitch swing, and that ball is hit over to first. Olson's got it. Flips it to Heller, covering the bag. Out number 1. We're 2 outs away from another 4-game winning streak. Braves 6, Twins 2. We'll be back at it tomorrow. Go live at 11:30. the pregame show and then bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of Michael Soroka coming back to the majors. And then we'll continue on till 5 o'clock with the post-game show. Make sure you tune in. Please like and subscribe today. If you're a Braves fan, you're home. The first pitch on the way, just off the plate wide, it's 1-0. Kevin Pillar has stayed in the game to play left field. He's in for Eddie. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike two. 96 up top on the outer edge, 1-1. Tell you what, I didn't know what to expect when we got this Heller guy come up about a week or so ago, but he's got some nasty stuff. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike two. One, two is the count. He got a piece of it, but barely a piece of it. It looked like it disappeared and went back behind home plate. The 1-2 pitch. Heller leans in, straightens up, lifts the glove, lets it fly, swung on and fouled down the third base line. Do it again at 1-2. Billy Wagner was filthy. And if anyone has been slided from the Hall of Fame, I'd say it was him. The 1-2 pitch off the plate wide, 2-2. Warming up in the bullpen just in case is Joe Jimenez. They're trying to give Iglesias another day off. The 2-2 pitch, inside ball 3, 3-2. So the Mets won versus Milwaukee. The 3-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is lifted into center field. Underneath it, making the catch is Money Mike for out number 2. The Braves are 1 out away. Maybe the press conference tomorrow is to talk about the win. So down to their last out, top of the order, Julian comes to the plate. He's 0 for 1. If you love the Braves, you are home, John Davis. Please like and subscribe. The first pitch on the way, swung on and dropped into center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Harris cuts it off. So it's a 2-out single to keep the game going. We'll have tomorrow's game here at 12:20, and then Friday's game versus those pesky Marlins that just won't go away at 7:20 on Friday night. First pitch on the way to Correa's off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Saturday's game is a 4:10 start. We'll have that as well. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Swing and rifles it foul and out of play. It's 1-1. Carlos Correa, 1 for 4. Single in the first and a run scored. Heller trying to slam the door here. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and rifles that one foul. It's 1-2. Crowd is coming to their feet. Braves country trying to get that last strike. The 1-2 pitch off the plate wide, 2-2. Looked like a slider on the play. The runner moves up to second. Defensive indifference, so he will not be credited with the stolen base. The 2-2 pitch swung on, grounded over to first. Olsen's got it, flips it to Keller, and that's it, baby. The Atlanta Braves have won 6-2. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. You got to give the game ball tonight to Mr. Ronald Acuna Jr. Pick to Click didn't do too bad. Michael Harris II did hit a home run. And I don't do this often, but I hit the score on the head, 6-2. I never get that right. The Atlanta Braves win it 6-2. I've been pretty close. I need to start playing these numbers in Vegas. The Atlanta Braves win, and Atlanta will hold on to their 6.5 game lead in front of Miami. The Mets 16 game lead as we hit the scoreboard one more time. And the Phillies, I believe they were in control. Let me see what their score is. Yeah, they're up 5-0. That game's going to the 6th. Washington plays much later tonight. So we'll be back at it tomorrow. Real quick on the scoreboard, on the game ball obviously goes to Ronald Acuna Jr. Bryce Elder gets the win. Now, there was no save, but Ben Heller did a heck of a job coming out of the pen, as did Michael Tonkin. The bullpen did a great job. Braves win it 6-2. 6 runs, 10 hits, 4 errors by the Atlanta Braves. You think about that. We held them to 2 runs, 4 errors. Now, 2 of them were on one play. That's a miracle that didn't turn. That's a miracle that didn't turn it into the lead highlight on SportsCenter tonight. 2 runs, 7 hits, no errors for Minnesota. Eller goes to 6-1, 6 innings, 4 Ks, 4 walks, and the game itself was a heck of a game. We've already won the series. The game itself went 2 hours and 34 minutes, so a nice tidy game there. 100% a sellout on a Tuesday night. How about that? 42,635, and the place only holds 41,149. So folks were sitting on each other's laps or something. They were doing something. They definitely weren't being socially distanced. So that'll end the game, and the Atlanta Braves win it. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. Have a great night, Braves country. We'll be back at it tomorrow morning. It's a quick turnaround. How about them Braves? They won another series. We're going for the sweep. Warm up your brooms tomorrow. We're going to go out there for a sweep and root Mr. Michael Soroka on. Maybe he's got the magic back. Have a great night.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same back time, same back channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, Strike two! Fraud! Cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence, his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Well, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, Strike two! Fraud! Cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.